Let's bow our heads. Father, thank you so much for this great city that we call San Bernardino. Thank you for the plan, the vision, the goals that you have set for this city. Today we welcome you, Father, to get involved in every aspect and every detail as we make decisions concerning the great people within this city. Father, I pray today, Lord, that you would, even as you open the heavens over your Son, and you cause the Holy Spirit as a dove to rest upon him, open the heavens over this city, and let your Holy Spirit guide us, direct us, and keep us. Be in all that we do, in all that we say. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. Now at this time I invite Juliana Martinez, who's a fourth grader at Marshall Elementary School, and she will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please take off your hats. Please put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. Thank you, Pastor Dumas, and thank you, Juliana. We appreciate your attendance today at our council meeting. This time I'd like to ask the city council, the city attorney. Mr. Sines.
That happens to all of us from time to time, Mayor. In the matter of Clark versus the city, council gave settlement directive by vote of 5-0 with Valdivia and Barrios absent. In the matter of Giordano versus the city, council gave settlement directive 5-0 with Valdivia and Barrios absent. And in the case of Atkins versus the city, council gave settlement directive 5-0 with Barrios and Valdivia absent. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm excited to take this opportunity this evening and tell you a little bit about our Mayor's Academy. And first I'd like to invite Princessa and Michael to come forward. Back in 2017, we started the Mayor's Academy, and this is a program that was created to engage junior and senior high school students by giving them an opportunity to shadow the mayor. The first high school was Pacific High School, and we've expanded to Indian Springs, Samuel High School, and we intend this year to finish the remaining high schools throughout the city. A requirement of the program was that after the students finished the tour, they submitted an essay detailing their experience and were then given a $25 Amazon gift card. At the completion of the school year, my office collected each participant's essay, and we rated them based on their interest in working in public service. The two top essays were chosen, and a paid internship in my office was offered to the students who wrote them. The first two interns that were selected were Princessa Herrera and Michael Robledo. They've been involved in multiple aspects of the office, including the development of the Mayor's Office Community Calendar, the Mayor's Office Newsletter, and development of the City Council Key Highlights, and also engaging the residents in our community. Princessa is a senior at Indian Springs High School and hopes to become a U.S. Marshal. Michael is a senior at the San Bernardino High School and hopes to work in local government. They both work incredibly hard, and we appreciate both of them. At the end of this month, they will finish their work, and they will soon then head to college. Join me once again in recognizing Michael and Princessa. And we'd like to ask each of them just to take a few moments and give us some thoughts about the process and what they were involved in.
I'd like to start by saying thank you to my grandmother and my mother for helping me through this and supporting me and helping me. And I'd like to thank Mayor Davis Erica, Chris, and Evelyn for giving this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The internship was a great experience, and I'm very appreciative of it.
Hello. I'd like to start off by saying thank you to my family as well. They've helped me through this process, and it's amazing. And thank you to the mayor for creating this program that really, showed me how a city is run and just gave me a new spectrum to see. And it's really amazing, and I thank you for being here, all of you, and just thank you for helping our community.
And from the Office of Assemblymember Mark Steinorth, we just want to congratulate you on first being accepted into the program, lasting as long as you did with the mayor, and being part of this valuable experience. I hope it really pushes you forward whatever you do next. Congratulations.
Next, we'd like to invite Councilmember Richard to the podium for the presentation of Student of the Month.
Good evening, everybody. Well, I am not a Hawk. I am a Hawk fan. I am a Cardinal. Go San Bernardino High School. But I have 4 children that are Hawks, so I have to pledge my allegiance to the Hawks too. So this evening, I want to acknowledge the Student of the Month, and her name is Brianna Singer. If she would like to come on up. And I would like to read a little bit about Brianna. Brianna Singer was born in Fontana, but completed elementary school years at Bonnie O Elementary School. She attended Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Middle School and is now a senior at Arroyo Valley High School. At the end of her junior year, Brianna had a 4.7 grade GPA average and will graduate in June. Congratulations. Brianna's mother is Nakia Singer, and she is an LVN. Her sisters, Kylie, Camille, are attending school in Fontana. She has 2 pets. Her dog, Remy, is a poodle, and her bird, Charlie, is a parrot. Brianna has been quite busy. She is a varsity cheerleader, a varsity volleyball player. She is enrolled in the IB program, which is the International Baccalaureate program, and works with the yearbook staff. Brianna is a member of the California Girls State 2007, a group sponsored by the American Legion and active in the Paysetters drill team. She also finds time to donate as well as volunteer with the blood drive. While doing all of that, Brianna is employed by Chuck E. Cheese. Brianna recently submitted an application to volunteer with Dignity Health. Brianna's favorite class is biology, and she plans to attend Howard University in Washington, D.C., where she will major in biology sciences. Brianna wants to share this information with all the students. Reach for the stars and accomplish anything your heart desires. Wow. And I have a certificate here for Brianna for accommodation for being Student of the Month. I'll photobomb her.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Brianna Singer, and I would like to start off by saying it is an honor to speak in front of you all today and accept this award. I would first like to thank Mrs. Pittman, my guidance counselor, for nominating me for this award and for the acknowledgement of my efforts. I would also like to thank my family, especially my mother, Nakia Singer, my father, Henry Singer, my grandmother, Danita, my sister, Kylie, and my baby sister, Camille, for supporting me and pushing me to be exceptional. I am also grateful for the opportunities Royal Valley has given me and the teachers who have made a definite impact in my life. And lastly, I would like to thank Council Member Vestine Richard and Mayor Davis for this honor. Thank you.
Councilmember Richard, I'm over here. Did you want to acknowledge her parents, or at least your mother, I think, is here? Yeah. Thank you.
It's a wonderful mother. I believe this is your sister, Kylie, and your baby sister, Camille, and your grandmother. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So she's got her whole family.
She's got a whole family. That's awesome. That's great.
Thank you, Councilmember Richard. Next, we have Councilmember James Mulvihill presenting Citizen of the Month.
Good afternoon. I guess it still is afternoon. Our Citizen Month this month is Joe Ortiz. More than any other resident that I know, he's kept our neighborhood safe. Joe regularly walks our neighborhood with his German Shepherd dog, Kali, noticing anyone or anything that's out of place. There have been several break-ins in homes across our neighborhood, especially vacant ones. Joe typically is the first one to report these and makes the owners aware that the homes need to be secured. And sometimes these owners are out-of-state banks. Some of these vacant homes, he daily waters the lawn and turns on the lights at night to show that somebody is looking after them. And there's so many ways that Joe assists the neighborhood, seeing that trash that's dumped in our alleyways is picked up. And for many years, he's personally maintained a 12-foot by 12-foot memorial in Camposanto Park, which demands painting, which takes several days each time. And he does this on his own time. So our neighborhood is a far better place because of Joe's activity, and the council and I take this opportunity to publicly thank you for all the good works that you do. Thank you. And Janet, Deanna, did you want to come up? Here's a bell pen. Janet, come up. And Mrs. Ortiz, Janet. And they'll get copies, please. Thank you so much, Joe.
I just have a few words to say. This is page 1 of 5. Jim, thank you for this award. I appreciate it very much. This would not be possible, though, without the hard work and the backing of the San Bernardino Police Department, County Sheriff's Department, and thanks to the patrol, to Detective Hahn and the Detective Division, the school PD, Animal Control, Quality of Life, and the helicopter officers, and so many others. I'd also like to thank the San Bernardino County District Attorney's Office that prosecuted a case that took 3 years to resolve, and hopefully the Probation Department will do equally well in the final resolution of that case. I thank Public Works Division from graffiti, streets, alleys, trees, and their work with Burotech. Parks Department has always been very responsive as well. Code officers Beals and Roland have helped our neighborhood get an abandoned house free of squatters, transients, homeless, trespassers, thieves, and vandals on 24th Street. That house generated over 100 calls to the police, code, and fire departments combined in a period of 8 months. And the people at the help desk always do a tremendous job. Al, Anna, Cheryl, Jose, and Rosa are deserving of our gratitude, as well as those on the streets removing graffiti. Involved neighborhood watch members are the eyes and ears that help communicate about problems and problem people. And last on the list, but always foremost, and they're with me on this battlefield, I thank God for my wife of 50 years. And she supports me day in and day out. And again, Jim, thanks for this opportunity. And thanks to all who make the city work well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mulvihill. Next, we will have announcements by the Chamber.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Leslie Stevens, Director of Sales for the Residence Inn by Marriott here in San Bernardino and the San Bernardino Area Chamber of Commerce board member. I'm here with the upcoming events for our community. Tomorrow, January 18th, between 7:30 and 8:30 in the morning, join us for the ribbon cutting of San Bernardino's newest restaurant, Raising Cane, on 1857 South Tippecanoe. Famed throughout the country for their chicken fingers and now in San Bernardino in their brand new building. Business After Hours is being hosted on that same day, tomorrow, January 18th, at Cal State Athletics Department in the arena between 5 and 7. Enter on Coyote Park Drive, North Park Boulevard, and parking is free for this event. Tuesday, January 23rd, at 5:30, the San Bernardino Unified School District Board meeting takes place at the school district offices on North F Street. On January 24th, our featured coffee class speaker will be Air Methods Corporation, talking about emergency air services to our local community here at the offices on West 6th Street, beginning at 7:30 in the morning. Mel Brooks' hilarious award-winning play, The Producers, will take stage at the California Theater of the Performing Arts at 562 West 4th Street, downtown, Saturday, February 3rd, with a matinee performance at 2 and evening performance at 8. For tickets, call 885-8263. And finally, the Chamber of Commerce Business Expo and 110th installation of officers takes place at the National Orange Show on February the 9th, beginning at 5:30, followed by a fun-filled casino night and fabulous prizes and fine fare from local restaurants. I personally need to sell 10 tickets for $50 each. Please contact me. I need to sell these tickets for exhibitor space or tickets to the sizzling events. Call the Chamber at 885-7515. And if you buy tickets, I'll make you cookies.
Thank you. Next, we have a speaker from one of our electeds.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Roxana Gracia, and I am a field representative for Assemblymember Reyes, representing the 47th Assembly District. I'm happy to be back. Sorry I wasn't able to make it 2 weeks ago, but I did hear that you guys did a resolution or recognizing Cali ITC, so I'm really happy about that, and we'll look forward to reaching out to you, each of you, to do some more outreach about that, because we need to get those tax dollars back into the community. But today I am actually here to invite everybody to the Rosa Parks statue unveiling ceremony, which will be happening February 2nd at 10:30 in the morning on the corner of 4th and D Street. It's going to be a very, very well-visited event, so I recommend that if you are looking to get a chair, that you arrive before 10:30. Well, before that, it's going to be on the grassy knoll area of the courtyard, right in front of the State Building. I have flyers for all those that are interested in attending, and you guys are all will be considered some of our special guests there, in coordination with Caltrans and also the Black Culture Foundation. Thank you guys so much, and I just want to make sure that everybody knows you can reach out to our office for any state needs. We are currently putting together our package for bills, so if anyone has any bill ideas, please let us know, and I'll go ahead and I'll pass these out. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next will be our public comment portion of the calendar related to items that are on the agenda. First speaker is James Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council persons, City Manager and her staff, City Attorney, and all here present. I come to, as a resident tonight, to speak about an item that is number 13. With the new structure, with the new city charter, which I think is a tremendous step forward to the city of San Bernardino, there is some consideration about combining some of the commissions. I'm not speaking as the chairman, but I am the chairman of the Historical Preservation Commission and also a 48-year member of the Native Sons of the Golden West. And that's what we do, is to preserve the history of San Bernardino. I was talking to the principal at Marshall earlier, and she said, gee, I think we have a Native Son plaque at our school. I attended Marshall in 1950, so it's been here a long time, and I hope we can make sure that we still have a plaque at Marshall Elementary School. 2 years ago, we actually installed plaques at 7 more elementary schools here in San Bernardino, and I wanted to publicly thank the school district for financing all of those plaques at many of the elementary schools. So that's what we do, is preserve the history of California, and that is an integral part of the Historical Preservation Commission. My co-chairman wrote a letter, and I think all of you have it, all the city council people. There's actually additional letters over there indicating how important that one commission is. I know that staff time is a consideration with the new charter, but I did want to indicate that the city is now coming back strongly here in San Bernardino. As I've shared before, waste management is now run by Burtec, which is working out very well. We're out of bankruptcy. We adopted a new city charter, and probably as important is now our response times have been reduced substantially since we merged into the county fire system. And I want to thank them publicly for wonderful work we've done. So the city is moving in the right direction, but we don't want to let go our history of this wonderful city. And I realize you're not going to take a vote on this tonight, but I wanted to share some thoughts with you to indicate how important it is that we preserve historical buildings in San Bernardino. We also have a very important project called the Mills Act, which gives the opportunity of older homes to receive a plaque to indicate that they are an historical structure here in San Bernardino. So that's what our commission does, and we feel very strongly that it should be independent from any other commission. They're talking about possibly the Planning Commission. I think that's, frankly, if that's the decision you make, I think what we need to do is to make sure that we have an appointee, maybe from our commission, that has a background in history, because it all is part of San Bernardino. Let's work together to make this a stronger community, and I think part of that is a strong Historical Preservation Commission. There's only one time this last year that we didn't have a quorum. We usually have 7 to 8 of our commissioners show up at our meeting, and we have some very, very important talk. We're planning on going to the Santa Fe Depot later on.
Mr. Smith, your time's expired. So
And I want to thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Dorothy Garcia.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am a member of the Fine Arts Commission, and I'm going to talk on item number 13. That's the ordinance that you are hearing tonight, or that you're getting tonight for the first reading. You won't be voting on it. It will come back to you at the next council meeting, and I understand that. The ordinance is well-written. I think it does what needs to happen. It makes clear language regarding commissions. There's no problem with it whatsoever. However, the problems that I see are in the backup material that you received as a backup material for that ordinance. And in that backup material is information that came from a strategic planning workshop that you had. The city manager has recommended, or did recommend at that time, that 3 commissions be merged into one: Fine Arts, Parks and Recreation, and Senior Affairs. That's where I have the difficulty. As all of you received the letter that the Fine Arts Commission wrote in response to the city manager's request for input from commissioners. So you know, you saw that, you read the history of the last 3 years of this commission, how hard we've worked, how much we've done. You have all that information, and I suggest that you read it again very carefully. One of the problems that I see with merging Fine Arts into the Parks and Recreation Commission is that I know how much business and how much discussion the Fine Arts Commission has had over these years, how much work we've done. I also think that the Parks and Recreation Commission probably has a great deal to talk about also, to work on also. I cannot imagine how those 3 entities can be merged into one commission. It eliminates the actions of all of them. It diminishes all of them. And so I feel very strongly that you need to look at that very carefully. I hope that you will keep the Fine Arts Commission as a standalone. We need to be, so that we can get the work done that needs to be done. One of the things that's happening in cities across the nation is the collaboration of the arts with city planning, with city development. Creative placemaking is the buzzword, but it really means a lot. It means that the arts are very much a part of development of a city. And there's grant money out there for cities that will apply for creative placemaking grants. When the arts collaborate with city planning, with transportation, with health, with education, so forth. And you might be interested in finding out more about that also. Please consider this as you discuss the consolidation of commissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Chester Harvey.
Hello, my name's Erin Chester Harvey. I'm a resident of the 2nd Ward. I actually have a historic home through the Mills Act. I wanted to speak about item 13, the compression of the subcommittees. So my concern about this is that, A, I don't think that combining committees that cover such a broad scope of information will increase their efficacy when they are combined in their discussions. So I think that it's similar to what the Fine Arts representative just said, which is that they each have very important work and that combining them is likely to reduce what they're able to accomplish with their time. But the other second aspect is that the city is having a nice resurgence. I believe that the city as a council is doing an exceptional job at laying a strong foundation. And my concern is that when you combine like fine arts, parks and rec, these things diminish the culture that we can carry forward as a city through those committees and the representatives of those committees and who they speak to. So, like, that's happened before when you look at the city from an urban planning standpoint, like in the 70s when there was little oversight or there was a combination of discussions and plans. Like high-density units were put where beautiful homes once stood. And that's the issue on my street in the 2nd Ward, that we have really beautiful historic homes and then a few areas of very high-density housing and very small lots. It contributes to the natural things that come when you have too many close living people, which is the crime, the loitering, the walking at 1 o'clock in the morning and gunshots, etc. So that was short-sighted of those planners in the city, the people in power at that time. And my concern is that combining this is equally short-sighted, that instead of trying to compress our culture and our notion as a city, our identity as a city, we should be expanding that and actually adding more subcommittees and more specialization to increase that culture being represented in the area around us. Because you don't see that in cities like Redlands, where people who are of a certain income choose to move. Like, I'm of that certain income, my friends want me to move there, and I refuse because I believe in San Bernardino. And I think that that to have a strong arts, fine arts culture in the city is what's going to attract people to stay, to come, to be more owner-occupied. And that's the next step to building a long-standing, very stable city, is by having more owner-occupied homes, more arts, more parks and recreational areas, more areas for elders so people can bring in their parents, people like me in the sandwich generation. So when you think long-term, compressing these shows no real benefit to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Ibarra.
Happy New Year, everybody. Haven't been here since December. And I'm here to speak on item number 13 and 14, which is a public hearing. But item 13, I've been honored as a commissioner twice. Community Development Citizen Advisory Committee. I just want the audience to know that us who serve the city as commissioners, we serve as volunteers. We do due diligence on projects being presented to us for the city. We know our neighborhoods. Each ward has a representative at each of these commissions. And if there's something that's going to be proposed for our areas where we live in, that's when we have a chance at the table to discuss what's going to affect our community at large. I read the story from the Historic Preservation Commission, and it resonates with the Fine Arts Commission. Without the arts, without community involvement, our city will keep going downhill. We need to revitalize our neighborhoods, our city. By you combining different commissions, you are diminishing the work. We are volunteering. We are reading multiple background information on each of these proposals coming through to you guys. And instead, you rather listen to consultants. We do this for free, from our hearts, for our city, and we are being replaced by consultants who decide for us. So please, when you decide what you're going to do with the commissions, remember, if it's not for us, our city would pretty much lose sense of community. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Olson.
First of all, Mayor, can I clarify, is this number 13 with the commissions, is that a public hearing or not? I can't tell with the way
You noted item number 13, part of the consent calendar.
Okay, it is the consent calendar.
Yes.
All right. Everybody here is speaking on basically the commissions, and every little once in a while, a city needs to update what they do. Now, you have two types of government. In the United States, we all hope we have a government that's of the people, by the people, and for the people. Unfortunately, in the city of San Bernardino, the new charter is being interpreted as an excuse to be of the government, by the government, and for the government. Commissions, and however you define them, are the voice of the people, people who put their personal time in there. If you diminish those, you diminish the voice of the people. You become the government of the government, and you've been working hard at that. Mayor Davis, you have a responsibility in the new charter to the commissions. It's one of the few things you have left as mayor that was taken away by the charter. Why are you so eager to get rid of commissions? One especially, I don't have anything to do with the arts, but I love the arts. I have no problem with Dottie Garcia running the Arts Commission. Our parks, Lord knows they need the input of the citizens to help them, but yet we want to shove them together. Why? Why do we shove the voice of the people that way? And, of course, the one to me, by law, by city ordinance, the mobile home park commissions. If you get rid of that commission, you will get rid of the backbone that gives the opportunity for both mobile home owners of parks and residents. You will get rid of the balance between those two. And we all know most likely when you get rid of the balance, the strong will survive. That means the mobile home parks will be free, and the results will be devastating. Any one of you who is an elected candidate, even you, Henry, and Benito, who's absent, who has no mobile home parks in that, if that mobile home commission is messed with, so the residents no longer have the right to a forum with the park managers over rent control, there will be devastating consequences, both politically and to the lives of these individuals. Why would you want to change that? You have a balanced, well-written already. You already got what you wanted for your supporters with the 10% increase at the sale. You already got your candy. Why are you going to destroy the residents' opportunity? Why are you shutting down the voice of the residents when it comes to their parks, their commissions, and every other one of these? Mayor Davis, I've been shut down by you more times than I can count because you don't like what I say. But I'm going to tell you this. The voices you will hear of the people who see you shutting down with these commissions today will drown out any hope you have of ever being an elected office or any one of you ever again. So please consider your political futures before you start messing with things that you honestly know have no business being messed with.
Thank you. Carmel Rowe. For those of you that are standing, there are some seats in the front. You're welcome to occupy.
Public comments on there, but I messed up a little bit. Good evening. The first thing I wanted to speak about today was item number 11, and item number 12, and it's regarding the land maintenance districts in the Vertimont area. And now, when we did outsource the fire department, there was about 50 to 150 homes, I believe it was, that were assessed a $500 per annum fee for something like this. And then it was taken away when the fire department was annexed. But nobody's ever said where that money went. So my question to you guys today is, great, I'm all for, beautifying the plants and the water, but are we going to just put this in the general fund, and then is it going to be used all over the city or not all over the city? What are the rules? Because I've seen it before, and I've seen it not go where it needs to go. And so I just want to make sure that if you are going to add $500 to somebody's tax bill, even though they haven't purchased their property yet, and then the $154 that you for the fire times 3% per annum, you really think about that, because we need home ownership in this city. That's what we need. I mean, that is our end goal here. So let me just give you that piece of information and then take my time to say that, it appears to me for quite some time now that the community has been taken out of the city. The 3 minutes where we used to have 12 minutes. Now we got 3 minutes and 3 minutes. And now you can't speak on an agenda item after you guys are talking about it or before you guys are talking about it. We all got to come up here and we got to talk about things before you guys have even talked about them. Okay, and then now if you take the commissions out, which is really the voice of the community, I mean, not that I don't really think people are listening, but the voice of the community, is telling you something. The voice of the community is saying, hey, we want to be a part of the art. We want to help you. We don't want consultants to help you. We, the community who live here and have to stay here after 5 o'clock at night, we want to help you. So for you to do away with the commissions and for you to do away with the 6 minutes in the public speaking, and especially for the Community Development Commission, you know, that money's been mismanaged for over 99 years, and had it even been used properly, you know, for half of that time, we wouldn't have what we have today. So when you guys blind the community, just consider honestly what you are doing. I don't think we're taking one step forward. I think we're taking 2 steps backward by putting this city in the hands of people who go home before the street lights get on. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. That concludes public speaking for items on the calendar, with the exception of public hearings that we'll be holding shortly. Next, we'll ask the council members if they have any items that they want pulled from the consent calendar. And I do apologize. Item number 13 is a staff report item. It's not a consent calendar item. Councilmember Mulvihill?
I have none, Your Honor.
Councilmember Richard?
I have none, Your Honor.
Councilmember Nickel?
Items 10 and 12 for clarification.
Councilmember Schritt?
None, sir.
Councilmember Valdivia? Councilmember Marquez?
None tonight, sir.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to move the balance?
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
For this particular one, Ms. Marquez. Yes. Mr. Valdivia. Mr. Schritt. Mr. Nickel.
Yes.
Ms. Richard.
Yes.
Mr. Mulvihill.
Yes.
The item passes 6-0.
Thank you. Item number 10 is a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of San Bernardino, and the mayor and city council acting as the successor agency to the redevelopment agency, amending resolution number 2015-275 and appendix A, and amending the city's conflict of interest code. Councilmember Nickel?
Yeah, just a quick question. It was brought to my attention in the agenda item on packet page 106. My understanding on this item is this is sort of a regular item, routine item more or less, that establishes disclosure categories. Page 106 lists the boards and commissions, if I'm not mistaken. Let me get to that. And I don't see the planning commission listed there. Is there a reason why planning commissioners are not required to submit, or where are they listed in this agenda item?
Go ahead, Judy.
Well, historically, planning commissioners have not been required to do the SEI. I'm sorry. Are we talking about the conflict of interest? Because historically, it hasn't been that way. I think that as we move towards more professionalizing, that this may change.
And I would recommend that they be included. They are required if they are compensated. It's discretionary if they're not. I would encourage that they be included.
Please add that.
And
as long as the council concurs.
No objection. I would make a motion to that effect.
Second.
Okay, I'd also like to, and at that point, we would also like to include them in ethics training in future. Would you like to include that in the motion?
Yes.
And then the other thing I would note, we are also going to go through the disclosure categories in greater detail. I realize that there are 7 of them. You know, it's a lot of disclosure categories. So again, we'll look at this and look at what more current practices are for city.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what category would be appropriate, but I'll leave that to discretion.
I would recommend, and unless the council prefers something otherwise, that they be in the highest disclosure category, which is disclosure category 1, because of the nature of the property issues that they're addressing.
All right. Thank you.
Councilman Valdivia.
Ms. Miller, are you suggesting just planning commissioners?
At the highest level of disclosure?
Yes. Well, some of these other people are at highest levels. The other commissioners are already at the highest level of disclosure.
So-
I would recommend we include them in that.
Okay, very good.
grouping.
You're talking they, them, meaning planning
Planning
commissioners.
commissioners,
Very
yes.
good.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second to modify the recommendation of the resolution to include the Planning Commission.
Right. As I understand it, is to add the Planning Commission to the disclosure category 1 in the Conflict of Interest Code and require them to take AB 1234 ethics training, as well as, I'm guessing, the adopting the resolutions?
That is my motion.
Okay. And that was made by Mr. Nickel and seconded by Mr. Valdivia, and we're still having technical difficulties, so I'll take a voice vote. Ms. Marquez?
Yes.
Mr. Valdivia? Mr. Charette? Yes. Mr. Nickel?
Yes.
Ms. Richard?
Yes.
Mr. Mulvihill? Thank you. The item passes.
Thank you. Next is item number 12, recommendation to adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino rescinding Resolution 2017-246. Adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council in the City of San Bernardino, California, preliminarily determining the public convenience and necessity require the formation of a landscape maintenance assessment district located in the Magnolia Avenue and Garfield Street area without compliance with the Special Assessment Investigation, Limitation of Maturity Protest Act of 1931, declaring its intention to proceed to order work within the district to be known as Assessment District Number 1056, preliminarily approving the engineer's report and giving notice of a public hearing. Councilmember Nickel?
Yeah, my understanding is this refers back to an item that we have previously approved. Is that correct, City Manager?
That is correct, and I apologize. This is an item that you previously approved. That night when you approved it, we were required to record with the county recorder at least 15 days before the time of the hearing. We missed a deadline, and so we need to do this in its entirety. We've developed some tracking mechanisms, so things like this won't occur in the future, but again, we wanted to bring it to light and make sure that we were transparent about the fact that we missed that deadline.
And this is to create a landscape district for a new development?
Correct. And Ryan is here. He can walk through it, just to refresh your recollection if you'd like.
Okay, just quick, I think I got the gist of it, but I just wanted to clarify that this is more or less rescinding the prior item. We will be bringing this back. We will have another hearing on this, is that correct? In March? Is that how the process will work?
Yes, the original item set a public hearing for February 7th. However, we're reinitializing the formation proceedings, and we're resetting the public hearing for March 7th.
Okay. And then just one other concern, if I may. I know that the landscape maintenance districts have been a challenge for us, especially due to the fact that over time, some of these districts did not have adequate cost escalators in them, so it ended up that other portions of the city were subsidizing, and this is actually to my benefit, but I don't think it's fair to the rest of the city that they are, in essence, subsidizing the landscape maintenance districts due to the fact that we didn't form these adequately before. So I want to make sure on a going forward basis that we address those concerns, that we incorporate cost escalators as are appropriate so that there is equitable cost sharing and cost responsibility for these districts. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Valdivia?
Ms. City Manager, I too expressed some concerns regarding the landscape maintenance districts. Ryan, I have a question for you. Is this a newly established tract homes?
Yes, this is for tentative tract map 16502, and it's a condition of that tract map recording.
And is it, what area of town is it? What ward? What portions?
This would be in the 5th Ward.
5th Ward? Is it a regular occurrence that you are only tapped with new development and with the assumption of new CFDs and landscape maintenance districts and lighting districts and whatnot? Is there any work being done to retroactively look at some of the new landscape maintenance districts? And what is your department, and what are we doing to somehow reanalyze some of those very archaic landscape maintenance districts that aren't getting fully funded.
Right. We are, and Ryan can certainly speak to this as well. I mean, certainly we have new ones that are established, and those are easier because, it's a new establishment, there are new processes. I think cities have better ability to track their costs, understand what those are going to be, and then build in, as Councilmember Nickel commented on, build in some escalators so that we are sure that we're collecting the costs and then able to invest those in the districts. So we are looking at our options related to some of the older landscape maintenance districts, but remember they were formed under certain conditions, and so those would have to be undone and then the districts reformed. But we are looking at what processes we might be able to use to do that, given the fact that we have had some residents that have expressed concerns and interest, for that matter, in trying to bring those up to more current standards.
Councilman Nickel and I both have the highest density of landscape maintenance districts. In my district, I get consistent individuals from Colony Park area of my district vocally concerned about the erosion of landscape maintenance and some of the sprinklers, the vegetation. And for 5 years, I've asked staff to really hone in on the opportunities to look at reevaluating, reassessing, and revitalizing some of these areas. And really, the policy issue should be back at our table.
Yes.
And so I'd ask Ms. City Manager that you proactively engage with staff so that we can really bring this to the forefront. I think residents have waited for far too long. They pay their Melrose tax, they pay their assessment district, they're confined in a HOA, and so now they're asking city government, where are you, what are you doing for me, and how can you help? So I'll leave that with you, but I appreciate your work. Thank you.
No further discussion, please cast your votes.
On item 12, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Bolvahill, the second by Mr. Valdivia, and the item passes 6-0.
Thank you. Next is item number 13. Recommendation to introduce the first reading. This is a public hearing. No, excuse me, this is not a public hearing. It's a staff report. To introduce for the first reading ordinance number MC 1454, an ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, amending Chapter 2.17 of the San Bernardino Municipal Code related to the boards, commissions, and citizens advisory committees. City Council subcommittees. Number 2, introduce the first reading ordinance number MC 1455, an ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, amending Chapter 2.76 of the San Bernardino Municipal Code related to City Council subcommittees. And number 3, adopt resolution number 2018-17, a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, dissolving all City Council subcommittees with the exception of the CDBG subcommittee and the Hometown Military Banner subcommittee.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this is an item, Rebecca Kramer, and we have our special counsel, Kim Barlow, here this evening to walk through this. But I did want to note you had a couple of speakers this evening that addressed specific things that were discussed during one of the recent strategic planning sessions. I did want to just draw your attention to a letter that you also received from Nicholas Cataldo regarding the Historic Preservation Commission. I think this is the one that Mr. Smith may have been referring to, but again, I wanted to make sure that you are aware that you have this piece of correspondence as well as the public speakers that you have this evening. And with that, Rebecca will walk through this, and Kim Barlow is certainly available if you have any legal questions.
Thank you. Before we go there, City Clerk, did you have another letter that was received for this item that you wanted to report?
I have forwarded it to you. It was from Barbara Babcock, and I just received it. It was an email, and I forwarded it all to you. I didn't have a chance before the meeting to print it out. I do apologize. It will be in the permanent record, however.
Thank you. Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, I just wanted some clarification. This is agendized as a staff report. Is there, are we actually conducting a first reading tonight, or
Yes, we're requesting that you introduce for first reading, yes.
is there a reason why this was agendized under staff report rather than public hearing?
It's not a public hearing. Not all ordinances are required to be a public hearing.
Okay.
They
What is the
typically-
difference? I just got some
Most
questions as to
planning-
why.
Yeah, planning-type functions often require a public hearing before you can take action. This is a general ordinance of the mayor and city council, and so the public hearing is not required. It does need to be conducted at an open public meeting, though. So certainly anyone has an opportunity to speak on it. There are a few, though, planning areas where it is required that you conduct a public hearing in advance of taking any action. This is not one of those types of ordinances.
Okay, so is the public allowed to speak on this item?
Absolutely. And, well, and
They
yes,
already
several people did. This
Okay, but not in the context of unlimited time.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, certainly if they have points that they want to make, we should take those into consideration.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Your Honor. Rebecca, I have a question. As you are well aware, we had several speakers at the beginning who were advocating for their specific commissions. I know that tonight we will not be voting for that item. Will that come up in the very near future?
It will. So maybe I can just walk you through
Sure.
where we're at and what the next steps are, and then address any questions you have, particularly for those commissioners that came out and those that have volunteered in our community. I want everybody to be abreast of what it is that we're doing and that we're able to really hear their feedback so that we can move forward in this
Very
process.
good. Thank you.
So the item before you tonight will not change any of our existing boards and commissions. You are considering this evening simply the general provisions for boards and commissions. They're general guidelines that would apply to all of them unless expressly stated otherwise through the charter or another ordinance specific to those boards and commissions. And then you're going to be dealing also with the general provisions for your council subcommittees. So as we move through this process, though, we started first with your strategic planning meeting in November where you gave us some direction. We have 23 existing boards and commissions currently that are supported by the city, and this is a time that we have an opportunity to reassess the citizen advisory bodies that we currently have in place and to evaluate moving forward what makes the best sense in order for us to be effective as a city and to receive that information and receive citizen input into your policy decisions. And that ultimately is what your citizen advisory commissions are intended to be, is to provide that feedback to you. So we have an opportunity throughout this process to make adjustments as items are brought forward. So with that said, we'll kind of walk through kind of the next steps, and then we can talk about particulars of the changes of this particular ordinance that's before you this evening. So this is the first step following that strategic planning workshop that you had in November where you gave us some direction to consolidate where we were able and to bring back before you some options for you to consider at our upcoming meetings. So during the month of February, our first meeting on February 7th, followed by the meeting on February 21st, you're going to have a series of presentations about possible options that you can consider with respect to consolidating boards and commissions. So based on the direction that you had given us, some of the things that we will be considering in the months to come we'll be including the consolidation has been presented this evening, the possible consolidation of the Senior Affairs Commission, the Parks and Recreation Commission, and the Fine Arts Commission into a single commission. That would be presented to you on February 7th as the tentative date for you to take that into consideration. Additional changes that you'll be evaluating is the possible merging of your Police Commission with your Human Relations Commission, merging of your Historical Preservation Commission with your Planning Commission. So all of those are items that you'll be taking into consideration as we move forward. Additionally, we'll be evaluating the merging of your Board of Building Commissioners with your Handicap Accessibility Appeals Board into a single review board for those purposes. So those are some of the commissions that you're going to be evaluating, actually combining the functions. This process is not intended to take away from the value of what our boards and commissions have done and given us over time. It's really an opportunity to reevaluate what we want to do moving forward and looking to you for your policy direction and how you want us to provide that support to you from citizen input, et cetera. So the item specifically that you're going to be considering tonight, again, is specific to those general provisions. Again, this does not affect any of your existing boards and commissions other than it would limit participation on citizen advisory boards to prohibit city employees from serving on those boards and commissions. So that would be one significant change that would impact. It does establish clear requirements in terms of any of your existing boards and commissions providing you with copies of their agendas, meeting minutes, and the work that they are doing on a regular basis so that you're getting that regular feedback in terms of actions and recommendations that they're making for you. So those are the primary changes that are being presented as part of this general provision. And then, of course, with respect to your council subcommittees, the primary change that we'll be making is making sure that our municipal code is in alignment with the provisions of the city charter, which stipulate that the mayor would actually appoint any of your body to a council subcommittee. So those are the core of what you're considering this evening. And like I say, we're going to be bringing back before you a series of ordinances and resolutions that you'll be able to consider over the month of February that will be specific to our boards and commissions. I should also note, as you kind of look through what we're doing, we're recommending that we pull out of our municipal code the majority of our boards and commissions, except for those that are established by law or by charter. So they have a much broader purview in terms of what their responsibilities are in terms of hearings, employment with respect to the water department, et cetera. So those would remain as part of your municipal code. Your other citizen advisory boards and commissions will be pulling out of the municipal code and establishing by resolution, which allows you to make adjustments as need be moving forward in a little bit more streamlined fashion. So in anything that you decide through this process, it doesn't mean that you can't change it. You could always add something in or make changes down the line. So I just want you to be aware as we go through this. And I'd be happy to address any questions you have. And then we have Kim Barlow that can address specific questions relative to the recommended changes on the municipal code. Any questions?
One question. Is someone speaking?
Councilman Valdivia?
Ms. Barlow, I do have a couple of questions regarding packet page 159, lower paragraph there on the last subtitle titled Next Steps. The sentence that concerns me, and so I have some questions regarding it. Some of the proposed changes include establishing the elected official compensation commission required under Section 301 of the new city charter, and dissolution of the Relocation Appeals Board, Mobile Home Board, and Bureau of Franchise and the Food Policy Council. I had specifically requested that we not remove or dissolve the Mobile Home Board. So, Ms. City Manager.
Sure. We included that because there was certainly your direction that you didn't want to see it removed, but there was a request that we bring back to you further information about what the legal requirements are and some things. So this is really just recognizing that you're still receiving evidence or information from us. So again, you suggested that, and you asked for further clarification on what some of the state law requirements are.
So are we proceeding with dissolving this board, or will you provide?
No, it will be coming back to you with some of the legal.
For possible consideration.
Yeah, it's not, certainly, again, anything that you've talked about, we took copious notes, but each one of these has to come back before you to be addressed.
Okay. The bothersome term, the operative word for me is disillusion, so that was a concern that I wanted some clarification. Ms. Barlow, on packet page 158, paragraph 2, Article 3, Section 303D of the City Charter assigns responsibility to the mayor for the appointment of members and officers of council committees. This is in direct conflict with provisions in Chapter 2.76 of the Municipal Code, which delegates this responsibility to the Mayor Pro Tem. The proposed changes to Chapter 2.76 of the Municipal Code eliminates this discrepancy and establishes City Council Subcommittee notice and reporting requirements. And I need clarification. As provided in Section 303, subsection D? Is that right? So that it falls in accordance with the appointment by the mayor's office?
Yeah, the 303 subsection D deals with the appointment, and then the remaining provisions were either part of what was already in the code or updates and modifications to that section.
As I read Section 303, Section D, the term is rather vague. So could the council, via resolution or ordinance, provide an amended version to provide and specify further clarifying rules on subsection D?
The mayor, according to the section, the mayor appoints the members and officers of council committees, which is any committee made up of less than a majority of council members. The other rules relating to those subcommittees, typically, as they are now, are part of your ordinance, would be decided by the entire body in terms of rules and regulations. But the appointment is the mayor's pursuant to the charter.
Can you please go a little bit further? And are you suggesting that the chairman of a particular board or ad hoc committee would be and solely at the discretion of the mayor's appointment?
It does say appoint the members and officers of council committees. To the extent that you interpret that to mean the chair of those committees, then the answer is yes.
Well, and that's where I argue my point is. The point is, if it is in fact cryptic and vague, then can the council provide some direction via ordinance and amendment to Chapter 2.76?
As long as it doesn't conflict with the charter and it's clarifying in nature, the
Yes.
council is free to do that.
Is that right? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think the city attorney's office had some additional,
I mean, Ms. Barlett can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think that members and officers is ambiguous or vague. I think an officer of a council committee would, by that very nature, be the chair. So, I mean, I don't know that there's something that you could put in an ordinance that would change the meaning of that charter section to...
But the opportunity is there, as I understand it.
So long as it does not conflict with the charter.
Thank you, Ms. Barlett.
Thank you. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Rebecca, I just have one last question. I want to go back to boards and commissions. At our workshop in November, I remember looking at my notes, and they reflected that you will hopefully bring back in February best practices done in other cities, in the surrounding cities, regarding the boards and commissions. I'd like to see that, to see what they're doing.
So as we've gone through this process and we bring items forward to you, we're basing those on best practices in other
Excellent.
cities, but understanding that you may want to make some further adjustments.
Modifications.
And we'll still have an opportunity to do that
Okay.
if you give us, additional direction at each of those council meetings as we
So
bring items
ultimately, we
forward.
will be the decision makers for the boards and commissions in the future.
Absolutely.
Okay. If there's no other discussion, I'd like to move this item.
Thank you. Councilmember Nickel.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to make sure we're considerate of some of the public's concerns related to this, and I get it. This is a delicate issue because on one hand, you want specialization. You want people that are specialized and ideally experts in a particular subject matter, and I get that, and we need that. And so the balance, though, is, in the universe of subject matter, you can be somewhat overly specialized. So it's having that balance of having enough specialization that you add value to what we're doing as a city, but not going to the degree of being so specialized that it becomes just chaotic and confusing. And I think having 23 commissions at present is to some degree, chaotic and probably not optimal. But I think the debate here tonight and will be ongoing is what is that optimal balance and what is an optimal specialization to have. I completely understand and I completely agree with the comments that have been made tonight as pertain to particular areas of concern and interest and necessity in the city, fine arts being one, certainly historic preservation, I get it. And so I would like to ensure that as we're looking at potential consolidations, that as part of the scope of responsibilities for those respective commissions, that we include individuals that have specializations within fine arts, specializations within or experience within senior affairs, historic preservation, so that they can add that value to what the commission brings. And then I think to my council colleagues' point, I agree. I think there needs to be some best practice here. And I think one of the things I've been hoping for, certainly since I've been on the council, is more integration between the work that these commissions do and the policy-making role that we have as a council. There needs to be more integration and intermeshing of the work that they're doing and having that information communicated to the council in an actionable manner so that we can advance policies that are really reflective of the expertise and the due diligence that these commissions conduct. So I'm glad to hear the public. Please stay engaged in this process. This is a process. It's where we're trying to come out of this with an optimal solution. So please stay engaged. Let us know what sounds like it may work and where we may have some deficiencies, and I think we can come up with a reasonable resolution of this. But thanks to staff for doing this, and I look forward to the recommendations coming forward.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Nickel, we in fact have included in drafts, as we're bringing these forward to you, specific areas of expertise that appointees to your various commissions should have. And they're not all the same, but a variety of different backgrounds that could bring different viewpoints, but good consensus and different expertise that are relevant to this specific area. In addition to that, we are trying to be very specific about the scope of duties for the committees and commissions, to your point.
I appreciate the dialogue. I do also think that it's important to recognize that there may be occasions whereby somebody might have some variety of expertise in something that may not be completely related, but it can be transferable. And so oftentimes the commissions provide that opportunity to actually gain that. And so I think it would be important to encourage the community to be able to participate in those, even though they may not necessarily have a specific expertise in a particular area, because we want to make sure that the community feels they have an opportunity so that it would not necessarily be exclusionary. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Council.
I think one of our goals in suggesting this is because we agree that once the groups are discussing items, that then needs to be brought to you. So you'll notice in this ordinance this evening, we're providing copies of minutes, their agenda items. As we are making recommendations, and we've had commissions look at particular areas, we'd like to be able to bring forward what their recommendation about that particular issue is. So again, I think with this process, there'll be much more interaction and much more deference given to the input that they're able to provide.
Thank you. Councilman Valdivia.
Ms. City Manager, the concerns, I guess the calendaring of consistent workshops and meetings on behalf of some of these boards, I have probably 2 to 3, maybe 4 max candidates who are in the wings who I'd like to appoint. Staff has cautioned me not to appoint them. So I think we need directive from your office to various department heads to cease and desist these commission hearings at your directive, because my district is not getting a voice. And because staff has cautioned me not to appoint those individuals because of the changing or impending kind of policy change here. And so I'm looking for some leadership here. And how can you assure this district and my ward that our voices and my constituents, the 40,000 people that I serve, how are they going to be represented on these commissions if you don't direct staff to stop these meetings?
I will share with you, and I have directed that. There are a couple of critical ones that have had to meet. Like,
Planning
for instance,
Commission.
Right. Measure Z did need to meet, although we didn't have a quorum, but we at least provided data to them because they have a reporting requirement to the community. So I will just confirm that again with the staff, unless it's a critical issue where we do. And again, planning is a great example of that.
Well, my understanding is Fine Arts is still meeting, Animal Control Commission is still meeting. So I have some very important boards and appointments, and yet my district was told we can't, Councilman, calendar some of these candidates because of the city manager's directive. So I need some clarification.
Yes, let me check.
I'm gonna appoint my commissioner at the next council meeting. That's my expectation, is that staff agendize my candidates for the appointment, because I don't want my district not being represented.
Okay. And it was Animal Control, and you said one other
Animal
one.
Control, Fine Arts Commission, and Parks and Rec. And so we need to make sure that if, in fact, we're meeting, that you allow for any vacancies, that those respective council members appoint and have the approval process from staff to at least agendize it and get it appointed, so that my commissioner can also be part of that committee.
That's fine. And why don't you send your appointments to me, because I believe that they're going through the city clerk or the mayor's office. So if you could send those to me so I'm aware of them. Parks and Rec has not had a quorum, though, so they may have come together, but I know that they have not met because I had an agenda item I wanted them to review, and they have not been able to take action on it, and then we'll check the other ones.
So not to take away from the point that my district isn't getting represented because of some staff issues, so I'm going to appoint my commissioner next, I want them appointed.
So again, send the appointments to me so that I can make sure they're
Great.
agendized.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Might make a comment related to the appointing of the subcommittees by the mayor. It doesn't preclude the mayor from getting some suggestions from the other council members that may make up that committee as to who would be a acceptable candidate. So the opportunity is there for the mayor to be able to be part of and include the council in that decision-making process. Councilman Shred.
And just to be clear, the committees will be established by us, the full body, but the appointments as members to those committees will be, they'll be established either by ordinance or, I'm talking about the subcommittees to the council.
Those would be, you've established two here currently, but you can establish more, so
Right.
much like you've done in the past.
So they're going to be more as ad hoc kind of committees as needed. We have that option,
Yes.
but they're not going to necessarily be standing committees like we've had in the past that someone sits on and they meet whether they need to do something or not.
Correct.
So the committees are still under our
Yes.
jurisdiction, and we decide that we need a committee to look into a particular issue or concern. And it could be a 2-month or a 3-month or a 4-month commission that we give them direction on. But then the mayor would be doing the appointment of 3 members from the council to sit on that committee.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, the item to be adopted this evening is item number 3, which is the resolution number 2018-17, a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of San Bernardino dissolving all city council subcommittees with the exception of the CDBG subcommittee and the hometown military banner subcommittee.
There are the 2 ordinances as well?
And the ordinance MC 1454 and MC 1455.
The motion is to set those over for second reading, those 2 ordinances. And it's item 13. I didn't actually hear a second. I have seen it digitally. Mr. Mulvihill? Okay, so the motion was made by Ms. Marquez, seconded by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 5-1 with Mr. Valdivia voting no.
And if I might, I just referred to the Charter Section 601 related to the appointments of commission members. The except as provided elsewhere in this charter, the appointment, removal, and terms of office of boards, commissions, committees, and their members, and this is those that are not subcommittees of the council, and the rules and regulations pertaining to the conduct of board, commission, and committee business shall be prescribed by a vote of the mayor and entire council as provided in Section 304B of this charter. So, again, you can recommend. So
My comment was just regarding subcommittees.
I know, but I'm going to Councilmember Valdivia's comment. So send your, I think in the past, the requests that they be agendized may have gone to the city clerk's office or the mayor's office. If you can send those to me, then I will agendize those, and they will be by vote. So they'll be appointed by vote of the entire council and mayor, as provided in the chapter. Okay.
Thank you.
And then we will make that change. Our internal process will make that change.
This evening, we have a number of public hearings, and all of those who have submitted a speaker card that would like to speak on any of the public hearings, if you would please stand and be sworn in at this time. The city clerk will swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the items before this council? If so, please say I do. Thank you. Have a seat.
Thank you. The first public hearing is item number 14, and this public hearing is now open. The recommendation is to adopt a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of San Bernardino granting appeal 1701 of the Planning Commission's denial, thereby approving conditional use permit 17-4 and minor exception 17-06 for the construction and operation of a social service housing facility containing approximately 24,645 square feet of building area and 29 residential units for low-income military veterans, and allowing a 5% reduction in parking stall depth from 19 feet to 18 feet, along with the construction of the required on-site and off-site improvements on a parcel containing approximately 0.69 acres located at 488 West 17th Street. Mr. Mujica?
Yes, good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. As a Planning Division Manager, I'm proud to introduce, I would probably like to introduce Elizabeth Mora Rodriguez, as this is her first presentation before you. Elizabeth joined us in the call center in February of 2012, and she advanced as a Development Service Technician in our department in April of 2015. In April of 2016, she was promoted to Assistant Planner, and she's been doing a fine job. I thought I was giving her an easy one when I assigned her this project, but here she is before you. So with that, I just wanted to introduce her and jump on in the pool, Elizabeth. Here you go.
Thank you. Good evening. Okay, item number 14 is for U.S. Veterans Housing Facility. It's appeal number 17-01 for a conditional use permit 1714 and minor exception 17-06. A little bit of the background. On September 12, 2017, the Planning Commission voted to deny conditional use permit 17-14 and minor exception 17-06. On October 10, 2017, the Planning Commission adopted resolution number 2017-055 affirming the vote. On September 12, 2017, denying the conditional use permit 17-14 and minor exception 17-06. On October 25th, 2017, U.S. Vets submitted an application for appeal number 17-01. The applicant is United Veterans Initiative, known as U.S. Vets. The proposed project is for conditional use permit 17-14. It's for the development, establishment, and operation of a social service housing facility containing 29 residential units for low-income military veterans. The facility being proposed is a 3-story and approximately 24,645 square feet. U.S. Vets, a little bit about U.S. Vets. They're a not-profit organization that provides various types of projects and programs for military veterans and their families, and they've been operating for the past 24 years. Staff is continually receiving monthly veteran-related training to help the military veterans and their families. The operational measures in terms of the facility at the proposed location is for it to be a permanent housing facility program. The facility program is for veteran households that that are below incomes of 61% of the average median income. There's going to be on-site services for the facility residents, and there's also going to be a manager's unit there at the property. Each military veteran and their family, they're going to be receiving a case. There's going to be a case manager assigned to work with the military veteran to complete an individual stability plan. There is alternate transportation that services the facility residents. One thing I should point out is that this is not temporary overnight housing. It won't be provided. This is for permanent housing. And there's not going to be any public distribution of food, clothing, or any items. It's completely prohibited. Each unit is going to have their own kitchen facility, so that way the veteran and the family members are able to cook within the units. The minor exception was for minor exception 17-06. It's in regards to the parking stall debt. Pursuant to Section 19.24060.3 of our Development Code, a 90-degree parking requires a parking stall dimension to be 9 by 19. So the depth would have to be 19 feet. The proposed parking reduction would be of 5% to reduce the parking stall depth to 18. This would allow for a 26-foot drive aisle to comply for on-site circulation and emergency services for the San Bernardino County Fire District standards. Here we have an area map of where the facility is being proposed to be located. To the west side corner, you have the San Bernardino High School. To the southwest side, you have some commercial offices. The area is also surrounded by a residential community. I would like to point out that along the 18th and East Street side, you do have access to a bus line. So that's going to be other parts of transportation that would serve the veterans at the household, at the units. And also, there's also a bus line on 16th Street and East Street. Here is the site plan of how the facility is going to be developed. To the north of the site plan, this is an alleyway that's going to be abutting. Here to the left side, you're going to have East Street. And then to the south or bottom of the slide, that's 17th Street. There's going to be primary access through 17th Street. There's a driveway that you can enter and then exit through the alleyway. Here are the proposed elevations. It's a contemporary architecture design. This is the conceptual landscape plan. It should be noted that there's not going to be any fencing provided on the East Street side, which is to your left side. And then also on the West 17th side, there's not going to be any fencing provided. And that's in order to comply with access per the San Bernardino County Fire District. In addition to that, there is going to also be 2 common spaces to the center of the facility as well to the south of the facility. There's going to be a common space for the residents to congregate. This is looking north onto the site from West 17th Street. Here we're looking east from West 17th Street to the surrounding neighborhood. Here we're looking south from West 17th Street to some of the other residential parts of the neighborhood. We're looking here is east to some of the commercial office buildings. It should be noted that there was two similar projects presented to the Planning Commission on September 12th. The first project that was located at 1351 Northeast Street, approximately 4 blocks from the proposed project site, which is at 488 West 17th Street. That project contained 30 units, similar in size, similar in architectural design, with the same amenities. That project was approved by the Planning Commission. This item that is before you this evening also had a public hearing item, and upon close, the Planning Commission made findings that for denial of the project. The findings were proximity to the adjacent residential neighborhood, intensity of the existing transit activity within the surrounding area, the architectural design not being compatible with the surrounding neighborhood character, exposure of the veterans to the existing socioeconomic and environmental conditions within the neighborhood. With all due respect to the Planning Commission, there are significant benefits to the project that staff believes warrant Mayor and City Council approval of the project. One, it's meeting the general plan policies relating to housing, and two, transforming an undeveloped, underutilized site into a productive use. The recommendation is that the Mayor and City Council adopt a resolution granting appeal 17-01 and approving conditional use permit 17-14 and minor exception 17-06. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm able to answer. I do also have the applicant who has a presentation, and they may be able to answer more questions in terms of the operations.
Thank you. Please state your name.
It's Kent Trimble. Thank you, Mayor Davis and council members. I'd like to begin with requesting the City Council adopt the resolutions prepared by the city staff and approve the issuance of CUP 17-14 and minor exception 17-06 for 488 West 17th Street. We'd also like to reserve the right to answer any questions that you may have or that may arise out of public comment. I'd also like to introduce, we have some other people as part of the applicant, if you have any questions that they also could speak. Lori Allgood, who's the Vice President and Director of Housing Development for U.S. Vets. Myself, Ken Trimble, I'm the Development Consultant for U.S. Vets. Andrea Schur is our Legal Counsel with Alan Matkins, and Eddie Estrada is Executive Director with U.S. Vets Inland Empire. Additionally, we have 3 veteran clients as well as about 15 supporters of the project that are in the audience for public comment. City staff did a great job of reviewing sort of the project specifics. I would like to add on just a little bit. During our process, as we're walking through with the city on the planning aspects and the ordinances and working through with fire issues, we did a pretty exhaustive due diligence on the site. The due diligence was for the site as well as the neighborhood as well as the total community. We wanted to make sure that where we're placing our veterans and providing these services fit with the mission and what U.S. Vets does. And Eddie will go over that here in a second with you. I also believe that city staff provided our formal response prepared by Alan Matkins as part of your council package. So if there's any questions to that, Andrea Schur can answer those for you. With that, I'd like to introduce Eddie Estrada. Eddie runs the services for U.S. Vets here in the Inland Empire and can address more broadly exactly what's going to happen on the site, the operations, and the services that will be provided.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Again, my name is Eddie Estrada, and I am the Executive Director for U.S. Vets. Before I speak about the services, I just want to say that we are glad to be at this stage of beginning such a great project and watching it come to fruition. So we're excited, and we thank you that we're here because it's bringing us closer to a much-needed project in this community. I would also like, just like Kent was mentioning, I would like for you guys to know, the mayor and the city council, that we scoped out the area. We looked at the community, we did our due diligence, and we know that this community is the right community. We had to do our due diligence before we decided to pump millions and millions of dollars into a project such as this. This project meets your vision as well, because I know I've been here, I sat with you, spoken with many of you. You guys want the city of San Bernardino to be a world-class city. And this definitely is the beginning to seeing that vision for this particular area. So we're glad to be part of achieving this vision that you guys have for City of San Bernardino. But more importantly, the veterans need it. I mean, there's a lack of affordable housing here for our vets. And this is a much-needed program for our vets. So with that said, I'll get on with my presentation. Is there some slides up there? I just have some cool pictures that I wanted to kind of have you guys have a visual.
I apologize. When we were working on this PowerPoint presentation, I didn't realize there were more slides, so unfortunately those did not get included.
Okay. All right. So if you guys can see right here, no, I'm just kidding. Just joking. You know, US Vets has been around for over 24 years. We actually started here in 2003, and we started providing emergency housing and transitional housing in Riverside. We're based in March Air Force Base. And then we began to expand over the last 4 years. Now we really have our foot in the San Bernardino community. And so our mission is a successful transition of military veterans and their families through the provision of housing, counseling, career development, and comprehensive support. We operate 3 residential programs. Now, they're not substance abuse programs. We're a back-to-work program. So a veteran comes in and they're able to work, we get them back to work. But we have 3 residential programs. We have a community service center, and then we manage 11 properties throughout the Inland Empire where we provide permanent supportive housing to our veterans. Our housing programs include, and it's a big spectrum, include emergency housing, transitional housing, bridge housing, supportive permanent housing, low-income supportive housing, and housing for disabled veterans. Our services include, but are not limited to, case management, employment training, activities, life skills, transportation as needed for this particular project. We provide with meal assistance, sobriety, and mental health support. Again, we recognize that addiction is part of some of these vets that they're dealing with, so we do provide the sobriety support. We can connect them with church groups and celebrating recovery and self-help groups, and our goal is to provide those kind of services on site where we have self-help groups providing support to our veterans there at that location. We provide other services to equip our veterans with the tools that they need to achieve and maintain self-sufficiency. And combined total, we can house on any given day up to 682 veteran households. Our accomplishments in 2016, we served 1,893 individuals. 908 were males, 341 were females, 644 were children. Our capacity rate in all of our programs is 92%, which means is, you know, veteran leaves, we have to qualify the next veteran, so there's a couple of days there that drops our capacity rate. So 92% is, we have a waiting list in most of all of our programs. Our job placement, we're the only grantee or the only organization in the Inland Empire to have what they call an HVRP grant, which stands for Homeless Veteran Reintegration Program, and it's funded through the Department of Labor, and our job placement rate through that program is 92%. We've been so successful that the Department of Labor is actually working with us to try to increase that grant to be able to have a grant designated just for the San Bernardino community and one for the Riverside community. So we're looking at expanding that particular program just because of the success we're doing as far as placing our vets back into employment. We help them out with employment benefits, mainstream benefits, and so 91% of our vets that come in, we either help them increase their service connection, or we connect them with benefits such as, it could be Medi-Cal, Covered California, and items like that. The 17th Street, U.S. Vets humbly but boldly contend that the low-income affordable housing units that will be built on 17th Street is the most transformational economic development project in the neighborhood's recent history. We see the 17th Street Veteran Housing Apartment Complex as both an affordable housing project and an economic catalyst that will transform the neighborhood and the lives of people who live in that area. U.S. Vets Veterans Wellness Campus will bring beauty to the area. As the apartment complex is designed, we anticipate working closely with City Council and the staff to develop a contemporary, upscale architecture and state-of-the-art construction, meeting or exceeding fire and safety standards, reducing unit-by-unit energy consumption and water usage, and by becoming an economic catalyst for the neighborhood. It will help the city of San Bernardino become a world-class city. More importantly, home values will rise, jobs will be created through this project, both of these projects. Opportunity, responsibility, and self-sufficiency will rise from what is now an environment that needs some tender, loving care. Our on-site service plan will include case management, crisis intervention, career development, healthy living, financial management, PTSD support group. Each veteran household that comes in will have a case manager assigned to them, and that case manager will work with them on a weekly basis. They will set goals alongside the veteran household. They will, of course, will meet regularly. They will celebrate milestones and provide referrals as needed. And we have a really good system, and we build our staff build great relationships with these veterans, and we can actually see when a veteran is off their medications, and we can intervene and get them into the VA or help them get back on their medication. So you'd be surprised, you wouldn't be surprised. We have a really good system of care that help us be proactive in ensuring our veteran, again, maintain their self-sufficiency. Now, U.S. vets are trained to recognize the effects of trauma and how to foster a safe environment. Staff attend regular trainings. Our case managers have no less than a bachelor's degree. Most of them have a master's in social work. Many of them are working towards their licensing. They're led by our clinical director, who's also a licensed professional. And all of them have to have at least 1 year of experience working with veterans. And many of our veterans are dealing with issues that the normal general homeless or low-income population is not dealing with. And so our case managers that come in have to have at least a year experience working with this population. Our veteran households, how we will identify them. So let me start off with the eligibility. While they must be a veteran, they have to be low income, and no sexual, violent, or arson-related offenses they can't have any of those to enter our program. Referrals will come through a variety of ways, through our outreach team who's out there in the community, through our partners, through the San Bernardino coordinated entry system. Many of our referrals will come through this particular project. And, of course, just our partners. Now, again, many of the veterans coming into this particular building will already be in one of our other buildings and be stabilized, be connected. When I say stabilized, meaning they're meeting their doctor if they need to meet with their doctor. They're working if they need to work. They have income if they need to have income. And, again, how U.S. Vets works to improve difficult neighborhoods. U.S. Vets work with, again, we have a network of we work with a network of service providers. And so if we're coming into this area, we're not just coming in with veteran-friendly, community-based organizations, but we work closely with non-veteran organizations. We actually do that now. We go out into the community, we see a veteran, we have organizations that serve the non-veteran households, and we serve the veteran households. So the idea, the same thinking would be done in this particular area, because we know that there's a transient community in that area. So our goal is to really begin to reach out to that community. Again, we work closely with Arrowhead Medical Center, Inland Behavioral Health and Medical Services. So we provide we have a great network to really meet the needs of that community. And I want to leave you with this in conclusion. Again, we are excited to be part of your vision of making the city of San Bernardino a world-class city. We are ready to have the city council approve so that we can move forward with this project. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll turn the time over now to public comments. Did that complete your...
They did.
Thank you. Jim Canizaro.
Good evening. My name is Jim Canizaro. I'm an Air Force veteran, and I'm here to work with the new housing facility that we're looking to get going. I've been with U.S. Vets for 5 years. It's great to be here tonight to see everybody, but I might not have been here if it was for U.S. Vets. At a time in my life, things went bad. Major illness. I lost so much, lost my home, and ended up out in the streets for quite some time before an old veteran found me and kind of picked me up, took me to the VA. They worked with me, and I ended up doing well. And there's times that if it wasn't for him, it would have been bad. But he got me there, and he got me to U.S. Vets, and they took me in and gave me food, clothing, a room, place to sleep, warmth again, camaraderie with the other veterans that were there, working with me on trying to rebuild my life, and it was just amazing, the transformation that they did for me and gave me all the tools that I needed. And I felt I had to give back. I volunteered at the what we call the RA office, resident assistant, working with other veterans. And finally, after a while, they said, we want to hire you on. So I got hired on in the staff and was working with them. And now that is a new direction at our new facility. So I will be leaving U.S. Vets and going to the new facility behind us, and being the maintenance superintendent, working over there at Marks Veterans Village. So from a circle of pain, because there was a time in like I said earlier, in life, I was almost ready to give up. I was about ready to end it. If it wasn't for that veteran finding me and then taking me to where I needed to go, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here tonight. So I thank you for listening.
Thank you. Mark A. Rodriguez.
Hi, my name is Mark. I'm a U.S. Army veteran, disabled veteran, and I've had a rough life, but the hardest part came a few years ago. Being a man who served his country, to become homeless was probably one of the worst things an American can go through. I arrived at U.S. Vets at March Air Reserve Base a few years ago, and right away they provided me with a shelter over my head, a bed to sleep in, food on the table, clothes on my back, gave me a little job in the kitchen. So right away I started feeling better about myself. I was also being trusted there. As a matter of fact, I was being respected and trusted, which was something I wasn't getting any of for quite some time. As I worked in the kitchen, I became friends with the staff, and I became friends with a lot of people who were coming and going, so I was beginning to help them as much as I could as I was being helped. I even worked the staff for a little while and was able to give back a little bit. And the past few years, gradually just things began to get better. And right now, at the moment, I live in a brand new studio apartment. It has everything I need. And I can very easily remember the fact that I was homeless not too long ago. I owe all this to U.S. Vets. And I highly recommend that you pass this proposal for a U.S. Veterans Social Service housing facility here in San Bernardino, because there are veterans all over this country. Sadly, there are homeless veterans all over this country. You have them here in San Bernardino. They need this facility. I needed a U.S. Vets facility in the area where I was, and they took care of me and many of my other fellow veterans. So I recommend that you start construction on this facility as soon as possible, because there are men and women out there that need help. And they serve their country faithfully, so they are entitled to a little help. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcus Dillard.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council Representatives. My name is Marcus Dillard. I'm a U.S. Marine Corps veteran. I wanted to give you a little input on my story. I remember U.S. Vets coming in and helping me and my family. My wife was pregnant with twins. We were used to having her income, and I remember after she had the kids, she told me, "I want to stay home with the kids," and I said, "Yeah, go for it. I got it. You know, I could take care of everything," and I was accustomed to doing that because I always had delivered. But we ran into a situation where my always delivering didn't always deliver. And so we were on the verge of being homeless and out on our own. And I remember I thought there was no help out there for me. There was nobody I could go to. I didn't have family. I didn't have anybody that was in a situation that could help me. And I stopped calling. And my wife found U.S. Vets online, and she called them. And I remember she called me and she said, "You need to go down here and fill out this application because this company is going to help us with rent." And I thought, man, you know, if I would have known about this, it could have helped me not have so many problems. I had my car repossessed. I had notices on my door about being evicted. And I thought, man, this could have helped me a long time before that. And I know a lot of people think with veterans in these situations that they're alcoholics and things like that. I don't do drugs. I haven't done alcohol. I just fell on hard times. And I needed that leg up in order to give me an opportunity to get back on my feet. And so that same company hired me. And they said, "Hey, we want you to get out here and do that same work and pay that back to the veterans." So I'm out here now every day. I'm out here in the encampments. I'm out here getting these guys out of these homeless situations and paying back. So a lot of people wonder, like, why do I have so much energy? Why do I go so hard? It's because I think about those guys that are out there on the street, and I remember where I was, and there's no way in the world I won't give them 100% because it's just that one chance opportunity that they get from a company like U.S. Vets that might get them back on their feet. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Ibarra.
Good evening, everyone. I might look like the evil one. I am opposed to this appeal because, as they mentioned, there were 2 proposed projects on East Street within 4 blocks away from each other. I live in that area. We don't sleep in that area. If our vets want, they deserve something better than that area. And I'll tell you this. Look at the crime reports in the 2nd Ward where I live. Dense housing all over. Police response is really slow. Quality of life, there will be no quality of life for our vets. I live there. I personally know veterans in my family, veterans with PTSD. We all know how 4th of July becomes here in San Bernardino. It's a war zone. Illegal fireworks going off everywhere. Will the U.S. vets guarantee that our vets will live peacefully in those areas? We are talking East Street from 13th to 17th. High crime rate. I appreciate our vets. I love you guys for serving our country. I honor you all. I seriously do. And I prefer that they locate these projects somewhere where you can live more peacefully. This area needs a lot of work, and until we can fix the crime in our neighborhood, I cannot be happy in my heart knowing that we have vets with all these issues that they have to deal with living in that area. It is a war zone. If you're willing to be part of that war zone with me, you're more than welcome to. I'm a neighborhood watch block captain where I live. Over 100 reports a year. City manager, you know all my reports, all the shooting that's going on in my neighborhood, all the killings. This is why I oppose this project. I love the project. I love the concept. But in that area, our vets are going to suffer just as much as me and my neighbors are suffering. And we don't even have the PTSD that we're dealing with. Thank you.
Carmel Rowe.
Okay, so first off, I would like to say thank you to the vets for your service. And the real problem is that we shouldn't have any low-income vets. Okay, if you're a veteran of this country, you should make a wage or been given a wage that you don't have to be put in the projects. So I have a problem with the United States and with our government mismanaging funds to take care of these veterans. The second thing I would like to say is that if you're going to put, I saw the design. First of all, the design probably should have been more Spanish style to get with the neighborhoods. But you got 10 one-bedroom units at 513 square feet. That's not really enough room. Why did there have to be 29 units? Why couldn't there have been 15 units? Why couldn't there have been a fence around, I get it, but a nice one. Why? I don't personally believe that these veterans are going to be safe. I have to back Sandra. I drive down East Street every day. I see that there's still no streetlights. How are we going to guarantee that these guys don't get mugged and robbed on top of their bad luck? Just right next door, the liquor store owner was killed. The guy came to the city, wasn't here very long, and now he's dead and his family is struggling. So if you take a good man, like the man that was just standing up here, and he's over there, and you lose that man, then what about his wife and his kids? And great, you guys were given a piece of property. You were given a piece of property to develop this. But you're not really thinking of the overall picture. It would be nice if the neighborhood was cleaned up, if the police response time was cleaned up, and the streetlights were required to be put in, okay, before you would even consider doing this to these veterans. I mean, I live in the 5th Ward. I'd rather them be my next door neighbor. Okay? I would rather that than you just, I mean, to me, it doesn't seem to me that people are thinking very clearly to really appreciate our vets, to truth be told, to put them there in that aspect. Okay? I mean, it's bad enough that our kids are there and the high schools and this and that, but I ran a business on E and 21st Street for a number of years. Well, I tried to run it for a number of years. It was a cell phone store. Do you know how many times I got ripped off? Do you know how many times people shot in the neighborhood? I've been calling for 36 months for the dope that is sold on E and 21st Street, which is all right there. I mean, it's a stone's throw. So if you're really trying to help the veterans, if U.S. Vets is really trying to help the veterans, I would think that you would think a little bit about who they are, what they've been through, and I would want to put them someplace safe. I would want to put them in a nice neighborhood in the city. I would not want to put them in the 2nd Ward right there until you clean up around there. Now, they said that they are, compliant with the general plan. I want to know what general plan. I want to know what vision. I want to know what's going to go in around them. I want to know what is going to be there for them besides the bus to nowhere that nobody takes. So is every veteran in here telling me that you guys are willing to step outside daily and nightly and take that chance? I mean, that's what I would like to know. Yeah, it does, but not too many people are on it, is my point. That was my point, is the bus that doesn't really get any use. But there is murders. There is murders there. There is no streetlights. I mean, are you guys going to fix the streetlights before this project is completed? I mean, if our building and safety and our planning, we've tasked them with this, if they didn't feel it was safe, I mean, they wrote it in their report. They didn't feel it was safe. I mean, go hang out there. Go hang out there. And then back to, if you're going to do it, maybe you should do it right. And maybe you shouldn't put 29 homes. Maybe you should give them all a little more room. Maybe they won't need to go outside. It's kind of hard to go outside in that neighborhood. It's kind of hard to walk home in that neighborhood. It's kind of hard to be out after the street lights go on. Trust me, 41 years I've been here. I ran a business on that street. I own property on that street. I wouldn't put my kids there. I wouldn't put my dad there. I wouldn't put my grandpa, who's a veteran, there. I would never do that. That's all I got to say. Whether you do or you don't, and whether they want it or they don't, my main concern is for the safety of the people who are going to have to live there. And if you are going to go ahead and pass this, then I would ask that the city at least get the street lights on from Highland to Baseline all the way down E, so that at least it won't be pitch black, because these people don't really know what they're getting into unless they are from San Bernardino currently. That's it.
Thank you. Jason Barber.
Mr. Mayor, council members, distinguished guests, I appreciate the opportunity to stand before you today and to speak on this this project. I wanted to tell you a little bit about me. I'm from San Bernardino County, I grew up in Cucamonga. I've lived in San Bernardino city limits. I'm not in the habit of telling on myself, but I was also a criminal in your city. I didn't think that I had any residue from my military service. I spent 4 years in the United States Army. I spent a year overseas. And I came back, I went to school, became successful, owned a business. And about 7 or 8 years ago, I began having nightmares, day flashes, a failed relationship, a marriage, a divorce. Business went and substance abuse issues, and I found myself in North San Bernardino, homeless, living off of crime, running with criminals. I was not the kind of person that really should have been in the public in your streets. I was undiagnosed PTSD, and I had really given up. I'd given up on the thought of ever having a regular life again. I just didn't think that it was for me. What happened for me is 14 months ago I had a heart attack, and I ended up at the VA hospital in Loma Linda. And from the cardiac unit, I was 5150 into 2 Northeast, the psych ward, and I began to get diagnosed. I have a number of different diagnoses from PTSD. But I was stabilized on medication, but I didn't have anywhere to go. And I was fortunate enough that U.S. Vets had a facility right there by the Loma Linda Hospital, and it was emergency homeless veteran housing. And I was able to go into there and to get involved in the VA programs. I'm still currently involved in the dual diagnosis program at the VA hospital. I have a psychiatrist that I see regularly. I have a therapist that I see 3 times a week. I'm active in 12-step recovery groups, and I have 13 months and change clean and sober. My life has absolutely changed around. But I couldn't have done that if I couldn't have done that if I hadn't been there for the support of the VA system, and especially the support of U.S. Vets and the housing that they had. Housing was an important part of me being able to change my life. And not only in the emergency housing for the veterans, they provide meals, they provided clothing, they provided a roof over my head and a bed. And early on, when I was struggling to get a handle on my addiction and on my PTSD diagnosis, I needed those things. That was of dire need to be able to get a leg up. I've continued in the U.S. Vets system. I'm currently in their stable housing projects. I work with a lot of the guys that are in the U.S. Vets programs. We hang together. We support each other. We go to 12-step meetings together. We're working to help each other change their lives. One veteran working with another veteran seems to work real well for me, and it's an important part of my life today. As far as the community that this project is proposed in, typically veterans have a higher moral character. That is my opinion. We have had discipline before in our lives. We have high school education. We've been taught a trade or a skill in the military service, and we've been through life experience that kind of, I think, puts us above board than some. We're also very loyal to each other, and to our country, and to our communities. And so I think that may be a good start in turning this community around and making a difference in it. But I appreciate your consideration, and I hope that you'll see your way to passing this and giving U.S. Vets the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. That completes public comments. Was there anybody else that wanted to speak on this issue? Thank you. I have a couple of questions, Mr. Trimble. You had indicated, I believe, that, or maybe it was Mr. Estrada, that there's 11 facilities or 11 sites that you have in the Inland Empire. Could you elaborate on that?
So they're called scatter site programs. So we mix them in with, we're the leaseholder with the landlord, and we sublet to the veteran. So it's called supportive permanent housing. So we place veterans. So we have, for that supportive housing program, the disabled program, those that I mentioned, we have 112 apartment units. We don't operate them, but we put them into the general community. And so we have 11 properties that we have leases with.
And that's in the Inland Empire?
That's in the Inland Empire, San Bernardino, Colton, Rivers, Loma Linda. So we have them scattered throughout the Inland Empire.
You said San Bernardino, Colton,
San Bernardino, Colton, Hemet, Redlands, Moreno Valley.
And how many are housed in those
112.
112?
And it could be single adults or veteran with families.
And is that permanent housing?
It's permanent housing.
So these aren't really your units. These
Right.
are units that you are leasing.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So it's a
How many
subsidized
actual
program.
facilities do you have that you operate?
So we actually operate 3 residential programs in a community service center.
And where are those located?
So we just built a low-income affordable housing on March Air Force Base. It's a total of 142 apartment units, and it's going to be a mixture between single and 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. We also have one in Loma Linda. We have a
And how many
facility.
units?
That one is 7 apartment units, and we house 24 veterans there. And then we also have on March Air Force Base another low-income affordable housing program that houses 120 veterans.
So you have 2 in the March Air Force Base
Right,
area?
area. Mhm.
Approximately 260
Total.
total? And Loma Linda, you have 7 units?
7 apartment units.
Housing 24?
Right, and a community service center in Colton.
And so no housing in Colton?
No housing in
You have
Colton.
but a community service center?
We do have housing through the scattered site program, the subsidized program, though.
And how is that funded?
Through HUD, VA, so there's different funding streams. So it's HUD and the VA right now that fund those projects.
And I think you said you had done some due diligence. The city of San Bernardino is part of a homeless count, and that homeless count is taken each January. Are you familiar with
Yeah,
with
we're
that?
part of it. Our outreach team and our outreach coordinator is a very active member of the PIT team. We call it point in time count.
So the point-in-time count in the county for the 2017 showed approximately 1,866 homeless, and of that, the county's count for veterans was 111, and the city of San Bernardino's homeless count for veterans, this is unsheltered veterans at that time, was 17. And so the city of San Bernardino has been very active, and the county has done an excellent job, as you know, in helping to reduce the homeless for the veterans. And they've had a program going on for some time. In 2013, the city's veterans unsheltered count was 62. And then in 2015, it dropped to 37. And in 2016, it dropped to 20. And then, as of 2017, that homeless count for veterans was 17. So there's been a significant amount of work that's been done in the city of San Bernardino to help house the veterans.
Absolutely.
And so we appreciate those efforts that have been ongoing to help to serve our veterans, to make sure that there's housing for them. And so the unit that you've had already approved is for 29, and that would serve how many veterans?
That would be 30. The first one that was approved is for 30.
For 30 units?
For 30 units, yeah. And it
And-
would serve
and how-
29 veterans because there'll be a community service center and office space. So it would be 29 veteran
29
households.
veterans. Okay. And so the one unit would have enough to serve, at least as of the point-in-time count, all of the unsheltered homeless in the city of San Bernardino, correct?
Correct.
All right. So can you explain the need for the second unit that you're asking the council to adopt.
So keep in mind, this is a low-income affordable housing project. So in addition to your homeless population, you have many other veteran households that have been impacted by the economy. Some have lost their jobs, some have been sick, like Jim was mentioning, and have fallen on hard times. So we're not looking at these projects as being strictly homeless individuals who are living in the streets. We're actually looking at low-income affordable housing, so it's veterans who have actually, veteran households who are struggling to maintain a roof over their head because of the increase in apartment rent costs, the high rent costs that is happening here in the city. So it's not serving just street homeless individual, and our team can attest. So we have another program that's called SSVF, and that stands for Supportive Services of Veteran Households. We actually serve 300 veteran households. It's a short-term program for long-term results that we call it. So people only get services for 9 months, and it could be rental assistance, it could be deposits, utility assistance. We help them come in and not get evicted, like Marcus was mentioning. So before they hit the streets, we come in and work with the landlord. But we have many of them that have been evicted for one reason or the other. We serve in that program alone 300 veteran households on an annual basis, and we always end up exceeding our benchmark, and at times even hit our benchmark like 9 months into a 12-month project. So there's always a big need for those veteran households who are living in poverty.
One of the needs also in the valley, in the region, is not just here in the city of San Bernardino. If you go take a look at the 2017 point-in-time count, and you added the unsheltered veterans in Fontana, Ontario, Rancho Cucamonga, Montclair, and Upland, that comes to 35. So they're unsheltered for that area is actually double than the 17 that we have. And my question is, your purpose now is for the first 29 is to serve the East Valley, San Bernardino Valley. Have you given consideration to another area in the Inland Empire that would serve those that would be closer to a facility as opposed to here in San Bernardino? Because those 35 in the West Valley could potentially use a facility there.
Right. So let me kind of just touch on something, and some of the city council will be aware of it, but the VA did what's called a gap analysis, and they came up and they said within the next 5 years we estimate we're going to need 5,000 low-income affordable housing units to serve our veteran families living in the Inland Empire. 3,000 for Riverside, 2,000 for San Bernardino. They anticipated the city of San Bernardino.
You said San Bernardino County.
San Bernardino County, but they anticipate the city of San Bernardino also has a huge veteran population that is living in poverty. So right now, we're estimating 3,000 in San Bernardino County. We're going to have a shortfall of the lack of affordable housing of up to 3,000 apartment units. So right now, we have a plan to try to increase these apartment units. So I believe we got one in Barstow area, or Victorville area, that we're looking at opening up. We're looking at Redlands, opening up a apartment unit in Redlands. There could be the group ICH, Intercouncil on Homelessness, which is made up of some of the city council members here, could be looking at that area as well. But what we're saying is there's such a huge unmet. We're not looking at a need of now. We have a need now. But we're also going to look at what's happening down the road as we steer this ship to try to help keep our veterans from being in the streets. So there's 3,000 we have to achieve. So I'm sure we take that back to our ICH and strategically, because we have a housing planning committee, and this is where we discuss what planning groups what constructions are going up, what area, where can we get this funding from. So right now, I think we're in an ideal place with the city of San Bernardino because we have these two lots here. And so even though there's a cost to building the brick and mortar, we have the ability right now that there's two lots. So we want to capitalize on that. We see the need somewhere else. We get it. But there's a need everywhere else. And the city of San Bernardino has one, has a need as well. And again, I want to stress that it's not for street homeless individuals. It's for low-income, affordable housing, and that could be veteran households who are hitting hard time. And as rent increases, we're going to see more and more of these veteran households needing a low-income, affordable housing in this area.
So it's not just for homeless?
It's not.
So the area that you talked about as far as San Bernardino versus Riverside, I think you said 5,000 in Riverside and 2,000 in San Bernardino that you're anticipating for the future?
So there's an estimated shortfall of 5,000 in the next 5 years, they said. Well, we're already 1 year down. This was a year ago. 3,000 shortfall for Riverside County, 3,000 and 2,000 for San Bernardino. So combined in the Inland Empire is 5,000 apartment units.
And so, again, using data to help to drive some of the discussion and also the location, it would seem that based on the point-in-time count that you'd want to be pretty close to those that you're trying to serve. And those communities that I talked about, actually closer to the west side, have, for the point-in-time count of January 2017, there are actually 35 in that area versus 17 in the city of San Bernardino. Now, granted, that's unsheltered vets.
Yeah.
You're not talking just about unsheltered vets, but there certainly is a need in that region also.
Absolutely.
And so serving that need would seem to be something that you would want to give consideration to, given that you already have a unit here in San Bernardino to assist those in the city of San Bernardino.
So a couple of things, Mayor, if I can say. Keep in mind, the point in time is just actually that. It's a point-in-time count. On this particular day, from 6 in the morning to 10 in the morning, we're going to go out and try to capture veterans. I'll tell you right now, and I'll publicly say it, us service providers think the need is much greater than that point-in-time count because it's just a point-in-time count. We're bursting at the seams in our programs. I mentioned to you that we have a 92 capacity rate. We have a waiting list. We have people trying to come in. We're turning people away. So we see a different look than you are. So if you're looking at data, absolutely. But there's some flaws to that data, too, because it's not taking into account the people that become homeless on a daily basis, people who lose their job on a daily basis. And so it's not taking account. The other piece, this seems to be a gateway. City of San Bernardino seems to be a gateway for the country to try to come in and hit come up to, they want to come to California because, they're going to hit, it's just much better, so people tend to get stuck here. We're seeing people coming from LA County, San Diego County, because the lack of resources that are there, the high living costs, so they're coming into this area. So that point in time, with all due respect, is not an act. We don't put value on it. We agree that there's some weight to it, and it allows us to at least concentrate some efforts. But we actually, from a day in, being in the trenches, seeing who we're turning away, what services are out there, the need is much greater than that data shows.
What it does do, though, is it shows the trend that in the city of San Bernardino, we've been making significant impact, and part of that is because the cooperation that we have with the county. Mm-hmm. And one of those has been Step Up on Second that the county has started, which also they have a location here in the city of San Bernardino. And we have a couple of other programs in the city that have been started, and one of those is Mary's Village, which is planning to go through the planning check process within probably the next month or so, and they plan to probably break ground in mid-2018. So there's a number of actions already taking place in this area, and so that's why I would think that your consideration might be to look in another location where you can continue to serve vets in an area where there certainly is a need, and it might be a little more centrally located.
Well, we
Because
feel
you've already
this-
got one approved here in the city of San Bernardino.
Well, we feel that's not, we feel the need is much greater than that one apartment, that one complex going up. We feel that our project actually complements what Step Up is doing and the other organization. It complements what they're doing, but the need is too great. I really believe that the need is great, and this is before you right now. You have two projects that are here before you. We have a funding goal lined up for it. So you have projects here that are before you that's going to be able to meet a need. Two is, I think, when I say complementing Mercy and Step Up, there's people that were talking about the area being, high crime transient. Well, we can partner with them, do outreach to those transients there, help them get into Step Up, help them get into Mercy. We take care of the veteran population, work towards giving that community more tender, loving care. And again, I mentioned this, I've heard it before from the city council and the mayor, is you guys want to make this a world-class city, and I believe these two projects will at least have us partner and us helping you and you helping us achieve that vision, because it is a beautiful project. It is low income. It's just not for street homeless. And I think it's here before you. So I'm hoping that you would, and again, I respectfully request that you guys would approve, the council and would approve this project, because it's a much-needed project.
Well, we certainly agree that there's a need to continue to providing good service to our veterans who have sacrificed so much on behalf of our country, and we appreciate their efforts. The thinking that I thought might be worthy of consideration is to find other areas that also have a need, and that looks like maybe it's unmet in those areas, that there are veterans that need to have your services there. And so instead of just concentrating it here, spreading it out amongst the other communities would seem to make some sense. So have you looked into the other communities?
So we have. So
do you have any projects planned for,
we do.
For that area?
We have the March Veteran Village that just went up. It's a $46 million project. We actually have a waiting list for that project right now.
But I'm talking more of the West Valley of San Bernardino County.
We have Redlands. We have an 80-unit apartment complex going up, and the reason we picked Redlands was because the VA was putting up an ambulatory services, outpatient services in the city of Redlands, so we knew that veterans were going to come to that area, so we wanted to be proactive in ensuring that instead of those veterans who are being in the streets, we can help them house there, and that is for homeless individuals there. That project, and it's the same kind of project that we have here as far as permanent housing, but it's reaching for the homeless community, and they have a much less veteran population, homeless population, than the city of San Bernardino. So these two projects came in, and we have them before us, and it's trying to be proactive in as far as building inventory for affordable housing for our veterans. And so San Bernardino now is part of that picture. Once these projects go up, we'll definitely begin to look at some other areas. We've been talking with National Corps, about some partnering with them down the road with some areas. So we are actually speaking as far as where are we putting up these projects. So absolutely, we'll take that into consideration. We'll meet with the Housing Planning Commission. But again, we want to be proactive, and these two projects will help us be proactive in meeting the veteran households who might be struggling right now. Many of them are one paycheck away from being homeless.
So the one in Redlands that you made reference to, and then you made reference to the one in March, when is the Redlands groundbreaking?
So that one, we're still probably about a year away from actually groundbreaking. Right now, the City Council has approved for us to move forward, and so we're just lining up some funding to it again to try to start building for that particular project.
And how much is that funding?
That
What's
was
the requirement for that?
20, I want to say it was 26 million, so I think now with the increase, it's about $31 million.
And the one for the city of San Marino, what's the cost on that? What's the funding that you're looking for?
It's 7.2 million for each property approximately.
So about 14 million for the two?
For the two.
But the west side of the county, you haven't considered anything in that area?
Well, we have these projects before us, so we have not, but I know with the Housing Planning Committee is looking at different areas, seeing what other organizations are building where. So I don't have an answer for you, but I can definitely have an answer for you and definitely send you an email of where else they're looking at. But again, we're looking at 2,000 to build 2,000 apartment units to be able to meet the demand.
But currently, right now, your concentration is in Redlands, San Bernardino, Loma Linda, and March Air Force Base, plus the scattered program that you have.
Right.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Marquez?
Thank you, Mayor. Elizabeth, you did a fabulous job. Congratulations.
Yeah, you did.
And to all the veterans that spoke and to the veterans in the audience, thank you for your service. This is a tough one. I do have a question, Eddie. The facility, the property at 488 West 17th Street and the first property that is 4 blocks away, were these two properties donated to the U.S. Vets by a Holocaust survivor?
They were.
Okay.
They were.
And so that's primarily the reason why those sites have already been designated
Right.
for construction?
Right. They were actually, yes, they were. So there were originally 7 properties, and the others, these two, after comparing these two, were ideal for us because of the vicinity, where it is to the VA.
I see.
And the need for that area, so, yes.
Okay.
Can I add one thing? Sorry, Councilmember.
Yes.
The properties, when they were gifted, there was actually 7 properties, like Eddie said, were gifted. These 2 were specifically gifted to go to a nonprofit social service provider that provided services to veterans.
I
So there's
see.
actually a deed restriction on both properties, that both properties have to be affordable housing and veteran-specific for 10 years. If something
Okay.
happens and it gets sold, it goes back to Jewish National Fund, is where the Holocaust survivor actually donated them.
In other words, the land has to be utilized specifically for that
For
purpose?
affordable housing for
I see.
veterans. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Eddie, get back on the podium real quick.
All right. I was going to hide behind you.
You're not hiding. One thing that always comes up from constituents in the city is residency criteria. That's a big one. So I want you to address it tonight.
So as far as they have to be part of the city of San Bernardino, is that some of the concerns that happen? So
Yes.
So that's actually a big concern for Redlands, and so of course priority is always getting into the city of San Bernardino. But if there is nobody from city of San Bernardino that falls under that, then we will open it up to another veteran family who needs the services.
That are not from the city of San
That are
Bernardino.
not from the city of San Bernardino, but that would be our first priority.
Okay. The length of stay for a veteran and their family would be how long? It varies?
It does vary, but it's permanent housing, so they can stay
Right.
as long as they want to. We actually have veterans that have been there with us for about 10 years,
Oh,
actually
my.
more than 10 years. Others have moved on, who are now getting ready to purchase their home. Marcus didn't mention to you, but he's getting ready to purchase a home.
Congratulations,
So,
Marcus.
yeah, so,
That's wonderful
so,
news.
yeah, it just depends on where that veteran is.
On their needs as well.
On their needs as well. So it's really tough to get that number of what the average stay is because it's in the years.
I see. So priority, the preference would be given to City of San Bernardino veterans primarily, and if we exhaust that list, we move on to another city,
Yes.
another county.
No, we try to, so because of the coordinated entry system, we have to remain within the county.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Sir, could you
Councilman Valdivia,
just
the city manager.
just to have him kind of, I think, help with Councilmember Marquez's request, does some of the ability, though, that you have to place priority for San Bernardino residents depend on the sources of funding that you use? You know, if you're using HUD funding, you know, you have probably tougher restrictions on the use of that money, and placing restrictions on only San Bernardino residents, maybe a little more challenging if you're using federal resources.
Well, they don't put the requirement. It's so they don't put the restrictions in the sense. So HUD, let's say we get some HUD BASH vouchers. It's a subsidized program.
I'm talking about the investment in this particular property,
Right.
the improvement.
So we could give priority to this community. They don't restrict it.
Sorry, I'm the capital guy,
right.
construction guy. None of the funds that we have restrict where the residents actually come from. There's no source of funds.
What
that
about
we
the fair
typically
housing?
use. Fair housing you have to abide by.
Okay, so fair housing you have to abide by.
But the construction dollars, the capital dollars, there's nothing in the capital sources that we typically use that would restrict you or say that you have to go somewhere else or you have to stay in San Bernardino. It's open, there's no restrictions on anything.
But if I can mention, so just that, like we did in March Air Force Base, we opened up just 3 weeks ago, but we started getting an interest list back in September and August. So by the time it opens up, we're going through the application process, we're already identifying who is priority. So it's not, we don't open the door and then we get an interest list and therefore we have to just get anybody who qualifies. We actually already start the process long before.
Councilman Valdivia.
Mr. Persico, the floor recommendation is essentially to overturn the Planning Commission's denial on September 12th and subsequently on October 10th. Is that an accurate assessment of your recommendation?
Yes, it is.
And I want to certainly commend and salute the efforts of U.S. Vets for your investment in our community. I was quite amused at some of the components that you had suggested regarding some of the tenants or proposed tenants that don't have a sexual background. I wish this project would have come to my district about a year and a half ago, because this supports two priorities. First off, we have a state housing crisis with significant shortage of housing, affordable housing for vested partners in our community who have sacrificed much, who have given their due duty on their efforts and valiant, courageous efforts in serving our country. So I'll support the staff motion. I'll move for approval on your recommended motion and grant application and for this project. I think this is. I sense that they've met all the criteria, the public information, the posting of the project, and so I'll support it so we can get this moving. Thank you.
Councilman Schratt.
I'll second that motion. But I do have some comments. The proximity to adjacent residential neighborhood, from what I can see in the site plan, it certainly is next door, but you've got an alley, you've got East Street, you've got 17th Street. I'm not sure exactly what the buffer is to the east. But I do see on the landscape plan that there may be some trees and a wall perhaps or whatever. So I would, there goes that wall, huh? That pesky old wall. And so I would like to see something there that really kind of differentiates the property to the east.
We'd be more than willing to work with Elizabeth and staff.
The next item is intensity of existing transit activity. Well, my view is that the more activity you have that's positive, the transit activity goes away. And I think that was something that I fought for up in Wildwood Park a number of years ago. and I got shot down pretty badly on that, and now we've got such a homeless problem up there. If it wasn't for Wildwood Neighborhood Cluster Association, I think what we were planning up there to try to do in that park would have eliminated a lot of the problems that were existing today, and I think actually people are maybe revisiting that. That's a whole other story. So there again, I think new development really is good for an area and only maybe promotes additional new development or upgrading of the existing area. The architectural design I happen to agree with based on what I'm seeing here, which renderings are pretty simple. To me, the landscape plan is a bit misleading when you look at the offset of the actual walls of the facility on E Street. And so with this, you have significant offset with landscaping, lawn, trees, and what have you. Then I look at these tall palm trees in your rendering over here, and that doesn't help kind of buffer.
Explain it.
The architecture from what people driving up and down East Street or across the street would see. So I would like to ask that you're able to maybe look at the architecture. This is pretty stark. You call it modern and all that, but it's pretty stark to me. Pretty straight edges. I don't see any brick. I know it has to pencil. Love to see it all used brick, but we know that's not going to happen. But some tile roofs, again, that's difficult. I know it has to pencil, but I'd like to see some improved architecture from the outside, at least what's exposed to the rest of the
Councilman,
area.
we'd be more than happy to work again with staff.
And again,
Absolutely.
I'm sensitive to the costs, and
Thank you.
something has to pencil.
Thank you.
And of course, that's why there's not just 15 units in there.
Correct.
That would not pencil at all. So, having said that, I really do want to see some offset off of E Street rather than what I think this rendering here is showing.
I think the rendering's misleading.
I'll
I
show
agree
you
with
these. I'll show you these. And with that, I'll turn my time over. I'm going to support the item. Going against the Planning Commission is not an easy thing to do, because we give them the authority, and we ask them to vet these things, and we do. I was very excited when I first heard about this a number of months ago. It may be as much as a year ago.
About a year ago.
Was very excited, and then quite concerned when I saw that only one had been approved and one hadn't, and was curious as to why one was and one wasn't. And again, with all due respect to the Planning Commission, I don't necessarily agree with their 4 reasons for denial, other than I am kind of in favor of improving the architecture. Thank you.
Councilman Nickel?
Yeah. Well, I agree that I commend the work that you're doing. I think it's necessary, and I appreciate what you're doing for our veteran community, and it is appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you.
I do have some concern about the location. I think, given what we know about some of the challenges we are continuing to confront in the city, you need only open up the newspaper and look at national studies. We have some serious challenges in the city of San Bernardino. And I think that what we're doing now in terms of our strategic planning, we're really looking forward at the next 5, 10, 20 years in terms of the trajectory we need to go in as a city. And every decision we make needs to tie to that overall vision and that trajectory of our city. There are no single projects anymore. Everything needs to tie to a vision. And so my request and my question to staff at this time, knowing what we know about that neighborhood, knowing what we know about Have we done the crime mapping? Have we looked at what we are putting, the environment that these veterans are going to be put into immediately? Long-term, I have faith that we will address those concerns, but I do have some concerns. I care for our vets. I care for their safety. I care for their quality of life. I want to ensure that they are put in an environment where they can prosper and succeed. And I am concerned about this particular location. This is for lack of a better term, a fairly rough area. And, to anticipate that they're going to go to the VA, I completely get it. It's on the SBX line. It provides a direct route to the VA. My question is, would I wish upon somebody to be standing at that bus station 8 o'clock at night or later, coming back from the VA or from some other location? Can we ensure their safety? Given what we know, I've looked at the crime maps. I have some concern. What studies have we done? What assurances can you provide the veterans that they will be safe?
Well, I certainly would not want to make any assurances to anyone about something like that. Certainly, these are areas we recognize that we have a crime rate that we're working to resolve in this community. We've implemented some programs like the Violence Intervention Program, which we're getting underway now. We are focusing on trying to build strong neighborhood watch programs. I think we've had some neighborhood groups that have had a variety of crime meetings, and they're being excellent eyes and ears for us. But we do have work to do in that area and other areas of the community. So, I do recognize the.
Do we have a
issues
plan?
there.
Do we have a plan to accommodate this facility to best, as possible, assure the safety of the residents of this facility?
I think we would need to work with them on a plan, but certainly.
I think we need one. I will strongly recommend that our police department be involved, and your office be involved in coordinating with this very good team that has come to our city now and is serving a very deserving community. And they deserve to be in an environment where they can feel safe, where their families can thrive, and where they can recover. And if we are going to permit this, which it sounds tonight like we are, we have an obligation. We have a duty. I'm sorry, but, if we're going to go above and beyond what our Planning Commission has recommended, I think our Planning Commission did make some sound judgments here in terms of some of the concern. I don't agree with all of them, but I do agree with a good portion of them. And a lot of that has to do with the safety and security of those residents and those veterans' families. And so if we're going to approve this, as staff is recommending, I think we have an obligation to step forward and provide a level of assurance in terms of the safety and security of these residents.
Certainly. Just to follow up on the city manager's comments, you are correct. There is a lot of work to do, and I would like to say that, yes, we do take the Planning Commission's recommendation very seriously. I can probably only think of a couple of times in my career where on appeal I have, as the director, made the recommendation. We do believe this is a very good project. U.S. Vets does have a good track record. And one of the best ways to turn a neighborhood around is to actually add people to a neighborhood. People who want to knuckleheads, if you will, or people who want to do crime, look for vacant areas, look for vacant lots, look for abandoned neighborhoods. One of the best ways to turn neighborhoods around is to add people, and certainly the veterans have served their country. They've seen a lot. So while this neighborhood may not be the best neighborhood, I'm sure what they've seen overseas is probably doesn't compare to what goes on in this neighborhood. So to Councilmember Charrette's comment that, yes, we do take, as staff, as the director, I take very seriously the Planning Commission's recommendation. But yes, I do stand behind this, and this is our recommendation.
Councilmember Richard?
Yes, thank you. And I too also I appreciate the vets. I appreciate U.S. vets. Me coming from a veteran family myself, both my mother and father were in the military. I have a couple of sisters that were in the military, to include nieces and nephews, and my daughter's now in Japan, serving in the United States Air Force. So I am definitely a vet-friendly person. So one of the things that I'm hearing all tonight, we're all concerned, and I agree with what everybody said up here, but nobody took into consideration the residents. I said earlier when I gave the certificate earlier that I am a Cardinal. I went to San Bernardino High School. That building is this is coming right around San Bernardino High School, and I have to be concerned about the kids that go to that school. When we talk about PTSD and all of the other things that some of the veterans suffer, you have to also take into account that that's at high school. You're going to have football games there. I was in the band. We marched in the streets. You know, all these things are triggers that they can trigger things off. So we have to definitely think about the safety of our community. And I say that a lot of people are here, and I appreciate everybody that's here, but a lot of people that are here don't live here. You have to live in San Bernardino to understand what we go through. You hear things, but if you're not here, you don't know. And so we're up here fighting as a council. We're trying to turn San Bernardino around to make this the world-class city. And I truly believe that in this neighborhood, this will not happen. You already have one facility there. Why build another one there? Spread it out. And I said that earlier in regards to not just the homeless vets, but a lot of the other homeless programs that are coming to San Bernardino. None of this has anything to do with the economic future of our city. And that's what we're up here for, to look out for the economic future of our city. So we have to at some point, we have to take a stance and say we don't want no more of these type of facilities coming until everybody around us do their fair share also. And when the mayor was mentioning on the west side of the county, where's their fair share? Why not take? And I get it that the land was donated, but you can do something else with that facility. It doesn't have to be to service homeless or veterans with these problems. So one of the things that I have to do, and I say that I'm going to get a whole lot of booze for, but that's fine. I'm not going to support this. And I'm not going to support this because of the residents. My sister, a veteran, a military veteran, lives in this ward, and she don't want it there. And we don't want to compact what is already there. And like we said, we don't have a plan. And I say until we have a plan, I'm going to say no. And I said that too on all the other projects. Until there's a plan, we have to say no. And for the people that live in San Bernardino, you guys keep fighting for San Bernardino because we live here. And a project like this will become a magnet, just like the mayor was giving you all those statistics, and how many people start coming to San Bernardino because of all the services. I get it that we need help. We have a homeless problem. We need help, but we're not here to be a magnet. And until we have a solution as far as what we're going to do with the crime rate and how we're going to solve all of these people coming into our city, I say, born and raised here in San Bernardino, I'm going to defend San Bernardino, so I say no.
Councilman Olville?
I've listened to all the discussion and the questions. And my problem is that you've already got a 30-unit facility about 4 blocks away from this. And I'm concerned about a concentration of these kinds of facilities in that particular neighborhood. I'm going to vote against this. I'm a Vietnam veteran, so I'm very much aware of commitment. It doesn't look as though you really have much of a record. You've got March Air Force Base, a government facility. You've got a 24-unit facility in Loma Linda. You've got some scattered sites. We've got hundreds of scattered sites in the city that we have ourselves. So that's nothing, no big issue with me. In terms of need, I'm on a body that takes care of housing in the Southern California region. And there's a need all over Southern California, mostly in the coastal counties. You all know about the Santa Ana River down by Anaheim. 700, many of them veterans. They need housing. Why are you looking here? Four blocks away from one another. And the county of Los Angeles has 58,000 homeless people there. And again, I'm concerned that there's too much. We've done a great deal for homeless here, as the mayor has pointed out to you, and I'll just go with those numbers. But Mary's Village, that ultimately is going to be 115 units on Walnut Street. And just this past couple of months, Golden Apartments, 38 units off Golden and Highland. I'm looking at need. We've done a great deal. And again, you already have got approval for 30 units. And I'm looking at, the number of units. You got 3-bedroom units. Are those going to be just 4 families? Are they?
Yes.
Just reserved for families? Not going to be 3 people, separate people in there?
No.
And also you got a covenant for just 10 years to keep them for vets.
It's a deed restriction, correct?
Just 10 years?
Correct.
Well, I'm used to 40 years restrictions. 10 years is nothing. And that concerns me. So in 10 years...
Councilman, with all due respect, if we don't move forward because of the deed restriction with affordable housing and a veteran restriction, that lot will stay vacant for 10 years.
But there'll be something else going up there.
We can't. We own it, sir.
Yeah.
We own it, and there's a deed restriction on it. So no one can do anything unless it's an affordable housing
It's going to have to
project
go
for
back then
veterans.
to the Jewish facility that
Then
you're
it'll stay
talking about.
vacant for another, because this property is, the donor has 2 properties that have to be
We gave it to
affordable for
the
veterans.
Jewish organization, and the Jewish
With
organization
these-
designated it.
No, sir. In his will, it was these 2 properties are affordable housing for veterans. So if it goes back to JNF, JNF has to find someone else well, you're not going to get it approved because you would have to come back here. So it will sit vacant for 10 years.
Well, again, I'm concerned with the number of units that you've already got approved, and the fact that we've done a great deal already in this city for homeless people. And there's a great
This
need
is affordable
elsewhere.
housing. This isn't homeless. This is affordable.
No, you've mentioned homeless several times.
That's because they do homeless, but this is
Yeah.
affordable housing. This
Yeah.
isn't homeless housing.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have one more question for you. On the packet page of 260, the quitclaim contains the 10-year covenant running with the land that you're making reference to, which requires that for a 10-year period after the recording date, the property be used solely for charitable purpose. That's what is listed here. And then it makes reference to Exhibit 1, which isn't in the package here, so I can't really see that. So I'm trying to understand if it's a charitable purpose that is the deed restriction, because I'm not
sir.
seeing what you're
It is
referring to here
in
is
the-
Exhibit 1.
And it could be in Exhibit 1. I'm sorry, I don't have the quitclaim deed. In the transfer documents, the gifting documents, it is for affordable housing for veterans is the only use. If U.S. Vets does not use it for that use and it goes back to JNF, JNF has to find someone else to use the property for affordable housing for veterans.
Thank you. So was that provided to the Planning Commission, that document?
When we go through
Attorney
our
may be answering.
review process, we typically do not look at deed restrictions. How the property is encumbered, unless it's an encumbrance which prevents development. There's a easement that an adjacent property owner has across it. There's a utility easement, a publicly recorded easement. That is something that we check during the review process. How the property was gifted, what those private deed restrictions are, that is not something that we do as a part of our standard review process. So no, we did not go into that.
So we don't have documentation to confirm that?
That is correct, we do not.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our attorney may be able to answer the question for you.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, my name is Andrea Shore. I'm counsel for U.S. Vets on this project. With respect to the City Council members' inquiry about the charitable purpose, attached to our letter that we submitted to the City Council today, there is the quitclaim deed. And on the second page of the quitclaim deed, the grantee is the charitable purpose is defined as for promoting housing for veterans of the United States Armed Forces. It's attachment, it's Exhibit 1 to the letter, and it's page 2 of the quitclaim deed.
I don't have it in the packet.
Can see that.
Oh, I apologize. It's not the letter that was in the packet. Okay. Yeah, I guess.
So in the paragraph that starts with further subject to, you'll see in that paragraph that the charitable purpose is defined as a purpose of promoting housing for veterans of the United States Armed Forces. And grantor has donated the property solely for this charitable purpose. So as discussed before, to the extent that this project is not confused, that is not approved, that vacant lot will remain vacant for the next 10 years.
Thank you. Councilman Valdivia.
Members of the council, I'd like to, out of courtesy and respect to Councilman Barrios, who, Councilman Barrios is a veteran. He also represents the second ward of which this project is being built in his ward. And due to his absence, I'd like to suggest that we possibly move to continue this and to the next council meeting and allow for Mr. Barrios, who's not here tonight due to a work conflict. And so that would be my substitute motion, that we just continue this to the next council meeting.
So you already made a motion and it was seconded, so.
Retract my recommendation. I'd like to rescind my aforementioned staff recommendation and make a substitute motion to move to continue this.
Well, there's I think you need to deal with the second.
Retract my second.
Yeah. Okay.
So the first motion has been rescinded. All right. And you've made you're making a substitute motion now to continue this to
the next meeting, yes.
I'll second that.
We have a second. Any further discussion? Please cast your votes.
On item 14, the motion was made by Mr. Valdivia, and it was seconded by Mr. Charette to... Ms. Marquez, I'm sorry. Marquez, to continue this item to the next meeting, which would be February 7th. And the item passes with Mr. Nickel voting no. So 5-1.
Thank you very much. This public hearing is closed, and we will take a 10-minute break.
The public hearing needs to remain open until
Excuse me.
the next meeting.
Thank you for that correction. The public hearing is not closed. recommendation is to introduce the first reading ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, approving General Plan Amendment 14-09 and Development Code Amendment, Zoning Map Amendment 14-18 to change the general plan land use designation from multifamily residential to industrial and zoning district classification from residential medium high to industrial light for the 20.3 acre parcel of land located in the north side of East 6th Street of North Sterling Avenue, and adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, adopting the mitigated negative declaration approving development permit type D 16-25 to allow the development, establishment, and operation of an industrial high-cube logistics warehouse building containing approximately 420,000 square feet, and schedule the second reading of the above ordinance to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Mayor and City Council for February 7, 2018. Mark Pasico.
I would actually like Mayor and council members to introduce Chantal Powers. She is the case planner on this project, and she'll be presenting the case this evening.
Thank you, Chantal.
Okay, item 15 is General Plan Amendment 14-09, Development Code Amendment, Zoning Map Amendment 14-18, and Development Permit Type D 16-25. The project proposes to change the general plan land use map from multi-family residential to industrial, and also change the zoning map from designation from residential medium high to industrial light, and subsequently to develop the site for an industrial high cube warehouse containing approximately 420 square feet. The site is located just a few blocks north of the San Bernardino International Airport. And just as a sidebar, I went to a meeting at the airport about 2 months ago related to wildlife hazard mitigation. And according to that meeting, it was found that industrial uses are typically more friendly to hazard mitigation where wildlife is concerned, because residential projects and other types of projects require more open space that would attract wildlife that could become a hazard to the airport operations. And so they have a 10,000-foot area buffer around that's been identified around the airport as a suggested area to limit those types of uses. So this is consistent with their hazard mitigation plan, and also consistent with the adjacent properties within the city limits that are zoned for industrial uses. Within the city of Highlands, the adjacent properties are zoned residential, and keeping that in mind, we've asked that the design team design this site to keep that in mind, that there are residential uses surrounding this property. So the truck court, which we normally wouldn't do, we had moved to the front of the building to keep the idling trucks and trucks, circulating through the site from being in those areas that are closest to the residential properties. However, because we don't typically like to see truck courts in the front of these buildings, the building is set back about 400 feet from the street, and we will have some heavy landscaping up at the front and a block wall screening that truck court from the street view. In regard to the review, the initial study that was conducted in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, on March 13th of 2017, the notice of intent to adopt the mitigated negative declaration was circulated for the required 20-day review period. We received comment letter and addressed those comments as part of the CEQA process. On July 20th of 2017, the Development and Environmental Review Committee, at a duly noticed public hearing, reviewed the project and the mitigated negative declaration and recommended the project be forwarded to the Planning Commission. On November 14th of 2017, the Planning Commission conducted a duly noticed public hearing and recommended approval of the project and the associated mitigated negative declaration to the Mayor and City Council. Before I finish my presentation, I would like to invite our environmental consultant to come up and discuss some issues that were raised in a letter that we received from the Laborers Union of North America, Local Union 783. The group did not give us their comments during the public review period that was dated back from March. We just received those yesterday, but their areas of concern were air quality impacts, cancer risk, traffic impacts, greenhouse gas impacts, and biological impacts. LIUNA states that an environmental impact report is necessary for the project. Staff has reviewed the project and feels that there's not substantial evidence to warrant the environmental impact report. And so the environmental consultant will discuss those issues.
Thank you, Chantel.
You're welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Kent Norton. I'm with LSA Associates. We prepared the initial study and the mitigated negative declaration for the project. I have quite a bit of experience, as well as LSA, with CEQA documentation in the city, especially warehouse projects. I've worked on half a dozen Hillwood warehouse projects recently, Prologis warehouses, Rockefeller Design Group, and I worked on the, you may have heard of it, the World Logistics Center project up in Moreno Valley, just a small 40 million square foot warehousing project. You received two letters. I will get to them in just a moment. Chantel already mentioned the LIUNA letter. We've reviewed the materials. It's very, very similar to letters we've received from LIUNA, the labor union representatives, on a number of projects in the city and elsewhere. The same issues, essentially. We prepared a 30-page response to comments memo, sent it to the city this morning. Don't know if you've had a chance to review it. I realize it's very late notice on that. However, we did receive the 258-page letter from LIUNA just yesterday. So we were glad we were able to get responses to you in a timely manner. As Chantel indicated, the LIUNA letter identified 5 main impacts. I'm going to start with traffic first. Their main concern with that seems to be that the Fontana trip mix or fleet trip mix information was used. For our traffic study, we used the ITE trip generation materials that are standardly used in all city traffic studies. We did use Fontana fleet mix information because that was the most appropriate for this kind of project. And even in discussions with AQMD, they say that you're supposed to use the most appropriate information for your specific project and not just blanketly use any information from any responsible agency. So that's what we tried to do. Therefore, I think their comments saying that the traffic study are inaccurate those are just simply not correct. Based on the accepted procedures that were agreed to by the city and our traffic engineers before they prepared the traffic study. So likewise, the comments on the air quality study, the health risk assessment, and the greenhouse gas emission study, a number of their comments were about the emissions generations, and part of that was based on the Fontana study, which I've explained was appropriate data to use in the traffic study. Therefore, the traffic data was appropriate to use for those air studies. So we believe in that regard, their comments that the traffic studies was inaccurate aren't correct as well. They also made comments about the health risk assessment needing to use a lot of very specific, detailed, very stringent protocols for estimating impacts to small children, students in the area. After evaluating all of those parameters, as is required by the AQMD protocols and the protocols of the Environmental Health Hazard Assessment Agency for California, they determined that those are not appropriate protocols to use for warehouse projects. And so based on that, that's why their proposed numbers are so much higher than what our numbers are. We believe our numbers are accurate and appropriate for this project based on the information and the protocols that are established by the agencies that we work with in Southern California. Let's see. Finally, biology, their biological comments seem to be from somebody who really isn't very familiar with the city of San Bernardino, with our physical conditions here and the species that we have to deal with. And I would like to say that their comments regarding roadkill, I don't know if you've had a chance to read that, but you might find that particularly interesting. We just simply find it ludicrous, and we're kind of surprised over the last couple of years they've had the audacity to continue to make those arguments. So that's all I'm going to say on that. But if you like some interesting reading, go ahead and take a look at it. So our bottom line is on that comment letter is that we still believe that our technical studies and the analysis in the initial study, the mitigated negative declaration, are accurate and appropriate for this project on this site, and we will let it stand at that. The second letter that was submitted was from Community Science Institute. It was submitted today. Luckily, it's not quite as long as the LIUNA letter. We're a little puzzled, though. CSI doesn't seem to be a local organization. It has no California website. And I'm wondering if it's the same CSI group that's in Ithaca, New York. Haven't found anything out about them. Also wondering if or how they're actually related to the LIUNA legal representatives who actually sent in their letter. That's probably another issue for another time. As Chantel indicated, they asked for an EIR rather than an MND. Our response to comments to the LIUNA letter goes into great detail about why we believe the mitigated neg deck is the appropriate CEQA compliance document and not an EIR. So those arguments will apply to the CSI letter as well. So that concludes my comments, and I'm here to answer any questions you have about the initial study or the technical studies.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
if you'll turn off your mic. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Members of the council, if I may, on that, as part of any project, when we come in, when there's an environmental document that is prepared, we actually review the scope of work prior to that commencing. So we would have sat down, or we did sit down with Kent Norton and his staff, go over the scope of work. This is the description of the project. These are the parameters that we are going to analyze. These are the impacts and such. When they prepare their initial study based on that, we then review it and go through it and make our comments and what have you, and then prepare before we final it. We did have an opportunity to, or I had the opportunity to review the document that was submitted by LIUNA yesterday. Also reviewed the letter that was submitted by the other group this morning. That one just simply said we agree with whatever the LIUNA letter said. I had the opportunity to review the letter that was prepared by LSA, responding to the original letter that came in. I found those to be accurate and substantiate the findings of the mitigated negative declaration. Therefore, my position is that's fine, and my recommendation or the Planning Division's recommendation stands as originally submitted. I'd be glad to answer any questions to that effect, but just wanted to point that out. I think Chantal wanted to continue as well. Thank you.
Mayor, I have a question, please.
Councilmember Marquez.
I support this project. I do have a question. Can you briefly discuss the improvements to this general area that will be contributed by the developer?
There will be significant street improvements fronting the project itself, as well as the traffic impact report stated as one of the mitigation measures that there's several two-way stops within the area on Sterling Avenue and 6th Street, Lankershim and 5th, and Victoria Avenue and 6th Street that will now be made to either by the developer made four-way stops, or we would be given the fees in order to do that as a city. So those are some of the improvements. The developer has also proposed to make some improvements to some of the city streets within Highland on the north side of the project, which would be, sorry, where's my pointer? It would be the lower right-hand corner. You can see there's a knuckle that actually eats into some of the existing property, and that is really to improve a street within the city of the city of Highland that has no curb and gutter, no improvements. It's kind of an old remnant county street.
However, it'll be to our benefit. In the long run.
Well, really for Highland's benefit, honestly. It will most likely not be used by the site at all. By the
So Highland knows us.
Maybe.
Okay, if there are no other questions, I'd like to move this item and close the hearing.
Councilman Nichol.
Well, I just wanted to comment and thank staff for the work you've done on this. I previously commented that there are no single projects in the city anymore. And I think this is an excellent example of consistency with the type of vision that we're moving forward with in our city. I think this type of project does yield a much better benefit-cost ratio for the city in terms of the services that are required versus the return on investment we get from sales tax and other revenue. So I support this type of plan. I support the location in which it's being constructed. And again, I just commend you for doing this. I look forward to similar types of projects as we move forward with our strategic vision of the city and the process of moving our city forward in a responsible way, and I think this accomplishes that. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll now turn the time over to public speakers. Douglas Schermack.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Honorable Council, folks. I'm here on behalf of the letters that were submitted yesterday and today from Laborers International Union of North America, Local Union 783, and its members living in and around the city of San Bernardino, as well as Community Science Institute regarding this project. I'm here to support our position that because in our letter we presented substantial evidence of a fair argument that this project would result in significant or adverse impacts to the environment, and therefore you can't proceed without doing a full environmental impact report pursuant to California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. I did not read, just to note, the letter that Mr. Norton just mentioned, so I'm not going to be able to respond to that tonight. I'm happy to answer other questions. I did want to say a couple things about the project and highlight a few of the points in the letter that we raised. One thing I would note is that in the proximity of this project to residential areas, and that being a key piece in the conclusion that our experts made, that the project would result in significant environmental impacts. In the picture that you saw, it was just, there wasn't any detail, and I don't know if you visited the site, but it is, directly adjacent, 3 sides of the project to residential areas. So I wanted to highlight, why this project would result in significant unmitigated air quality risks, cancer risks, traffic impacts, greenhouse gas impacts, and impacts to wildlife. So we've submitted comments from 3 expert consulting firms: Soil, Water, Air Protection Enterprise, SWAPE, traffic engineer Daniel Smith, and wildlife biologist Dr. Sean Smallwood. So I wanted to start with something that Mr. Norton just left out, which was the cancer risks, and that being a really important piece of this project. Yes, we've reviewed a lot of other warehouse projects. None of them are directly adjacent to residential areas like this. So when SWAPE ran the numbers, it found that the project's emissions would create cancer risks more than 20 times above the South Coast Air Quality Management District's significance threshold, and it's largely due to the project's proximity to the residential neighborhood. There's legal precedent that establishes that comparing those impacts to those thresholds are dispositive when determining the significance of a project's air quality impacts. So SWAPE found that the mitigated negative declaration found that the did not use the proper cancer risk calculation methodology that was established by OEHA. That's the Office of California Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment. Their threshold is for cancer that you have to be below 10 in 1 million. And in running the numbers, SWAPE, and that's in attachment B to the letter that was submitted yesterday, found that the cancer risk would be 230 in 1 million. So that's over 20 times that threshold, cancer risks. And I would note SWAPE suggested numerous mitigation measures to account for this. The mitigated negative DEC does not incorporate any of those. With respect to nitrogen oxides, SWAPE concluded that the project would generate significant levels of nitrogen oxide above SCACMID's CEQA threshold. So their threshold is 55 pounds per day per NOx. In running the numbers using what the expert views as a more reliable fleet mix and trip generation, found that it would be 94 pounds per day. So that's almost double that threshold for NOx. And again, they suggested mitigation measures to account for this. With respect to greenhouse gas impacts, again, SWAPE concluded that the significance threshold would exceed that of 10,000 metric tons per year. Both with respect to NOx and greenhouse gases, and this is detailed in the letter, the study used a lot of incorrect parameters that resulted in a falsely low evaluation of those thresholds for air quality impacts. With respect to traffic impacts, Mr. Smith concluded that the site is not sized adequately, and a lot of the designs for the truck sizes would not be reflective of actual conditions of those bays. He also found that by relying on the Fontana study, that was also instead of the SCACMID methodology, that was also improper and improper reliance, and that a full environmental impact report for traffic impacts would be required to mitigate those impacts. With respect to biological impacts, I think whatever focus was just mentioned on roadkill ignores that there was, 6 or 7 some odd listed wildlife impacts that were not adequately analyzed and mitigated in the neg deck, the mitigated neg deck rather. So just to highlight a few of those, there's a conclusion in the study that kangaroo rats have been identified half a mile from the project site, yet there's a conclusion that there's no chance for those rats on the project site. With respect to burrowing owls, the biological analysis in the report acknowledges that burrowing owls could potentially be found at the project site, but there's a suggestion in the report of a lower probability of their use than is actual. Dr. Smallwood concluded that the mitigated neg deck analysis of burrowing owls is entirely inadequate and suggests numerous mitigation measures that were not included in the report. Dr. Smallwood also concludes that there's a fair argument that the project would interfere with wildlife movement in the area, and that's also not adequately analyzed in the mitigated neg deck. Also, a couple more points Dr. Smallwood made is with respect to vehicle collisions. There's no analysis of this in the report, and he also concludes that the project would have significant cumulative impacts, which are not analyzed. So, in conclusion, I want to point out that when you're doing a mitigated negative declaration, and this is a CEQA standard, when there is a fair argument that there's going to be of substantial evidence, so we've presented experts that have substantial evidence, when there's a fair argument that would result in significant impacts to the environment, you cannot proceed. You have to do a full environmental impact report. It's not the same deferential standard that occurs when you've done that environmental impact report. here there's really a lack of analysis of the impacts and a lack of mitigation measures in place in this large warehouse project that is directly adjacent to residential areas on 3 sides. So we urge you to please vote no on this proposal and send this project back to do a full, adequate environmental impact report. That's all I want. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions, or if you have them now, or I'll stick around until you're finished with this agenda item.
Thank you. Peter Harper. Peter Harper did submit a letter related to this, I believe. Right, and so the council does have that. Thank you. Carmel Rowe. Would you turn the mic on, please?
I just had a few questions today when I read this, and the first question is that we are in desperate need of housing, like upscale housing, not low-income housing. Why wouldn't housing be put over here? I mean, I'm familiar with this area. This is really the side of town I grew up on. And housing would go very good over there. And then if you guys ever did decide to do something with the airport, you would have people that could buy houses and have jobs over there. So I just wanted to ask that, why would you, it's zoned for housing. So why would you rezone that for a 420 square foot warehouse? And then it says that the project is proposed as a speculative business with no specific tenant. So then my next question is why would you build a 420,000 square foot warehouse with no tenant or no lease when, my kids go to school here on Central and they just built this big warehouse that's for lease, and you guys are going to turn the golf course over there into another warehouse, which probably should have been housing too. With all these, with all these warehouses here, are they going to be allowed to grow marijuana in them? 420,000 square foot right over there might actually complement Councilman Barrios' plan, what he was trying to do. So, and it's in the exact zoning, is industrial light. So, my question to you is that all these warehouses over here, are they going to end up empty and vacant, or are they going to end up as massive marijuana grows with permits? Okay, so I would think that we might want to think about those things, because this city is desperately lacking housing. Like the lady who's from Fair Housing, I've had a meeting with her and I spoke to her, and she wanted to move to the city of San Bernardino, but she couldn't move to the city of San Bernardino in the lifestyle that she's accustomed to living. So she had to live elsewhere. If we have 80% rental population. In order to change that, we need housing. And then my next question is, after just listening to this guy, which I read all that, and I was a little concerned about the environmental report because I demoed a garage and I had to spend $450 for some metal for them to come out and tell me there's no asbestos when it was all metal, I'm concerned on how a big development like this could get away with that. The last thing I want to know is, when you're building this 420,000 square foot warehouse that is now on vacant land, whose benefit is it really? Who's going to get the property tax, increase? Because we all know that we gave our property taxes away when we outsourced the fire department. So allowing this to go on, what are we, the people, really getting out of it? And I did see that it's adjacent, right? It is adjacent to Highland. Did we go over there and speak to the residents of Highland? Were we cordial as a city to those residents? Have we got anybody involved, or are we just, hey, if they build it, we can lease it? Is Amazon going to go there? What jobs, if they don't have a tenant, are they really going to create? So those were my questions, and this was a long agenda, and it took me 3 days to go through every single bit of this, and I read every single bit of this, and I had my questions, and to me, those are just simple. If we're not getting anything from it, and we're upsetting people, then maybe we should think about a different use. Maybe the use that the general plan has, like housing, we might try to build some, because that's a nice area. People will live there. People will come there. Okay? So, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other speakers wishing to comment on this item? Any council questions? We have a motion.
On item 15, the motion to approve was made by Ms. Marquez, the second by Mr. Valdivia, and the item passes 6-0.
Thank you. Next is item number 16. This is also a public hearing. This public hearing is now open. The recommendation is to conduct a public hearing on the proposed vacation of portions of Home Avenue, I Street, and Montgomery Street, and adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, ordering the vacation of portions of Home Avenue, I Street, and Montgomery Street, and the reservation of utility easements therein.
And Mayor, I did pass out a letter that was received by my office regarding this from a resident in that area.
Well, we do
Yes.
need to open the hearing. Oh,
Okay. Ryan?
All right. This is a public hearing for street vacation. There are 3 street segments that are proposed to be vacated. The petition was submitted by the Brickleys, and to the benefit of making their facilities more contiguous. And currently, they are intersected by streets separating portions of their yard from other portions of their yard. This street vacation has conditions on it. It would not become effective pending a vote tonight or at the conclusion of the public hearing until those conditions have been met. Those conditions being primarily imposed by fire and by Public Works. So the vacating of these streets does create dead ends, so Public Works is requiring that there be a cul-de-sac bulb that allows residents to turn around if they happen to go down the wrong street. For fire access, Fire Department did ultimately give their blessing on the project with the condition that Knox Lockbox be placed on any of the gated access to allow fire access to the interior of the project site, and also that one of the fire hydrants that's in the vacation area be relocated to the remaining public street areas. In the staff report packet, there were 2 exhibits, one of them being the plan showing the proposed street vacation areas, and also another plan for the proposed cul-de-sacs. Late today, I submitted some visual aids because we're anticipating comments from the public that may assist in the discussion on the topic. So the street vacation limits for Montgomery Street are for the full segment between Reese Street and 13th Street. Then on Home Avenue, it's on the portion fronting the industrial zone on the south side of the street, proceeding easterly to I Street, and then I Street from Home Avenue to 14th Street. Notices were posted on January 2nd for the rescheduled public hearing, which is open today. The Street and Highways Code requires that notices be posted no greater than 300 feet apart, and a minimum of 3 notices per segment, so 1 at each of the ends and 1 in the middle. And that requirement was satisfied for each of these 3 segments. And then The second slide just shows what the proposed area would look like after construction of the cul-de-sacs at the terminuses of Home Avenue, 13th Street, and Reese Street, and where the property lines would look like after the street has been vacated. As asked before by council, there is a value to these streets. However, we generally hold the streets in easement for public use. Once they're vacated, they revert back to the underlying fee owner. And reviewing the track maps in the areas, looking at the lot lines, essentially these street segments that are vacated will revert back to those original map track lots. To make room for the cul-de-sac bulbs, the owners will have to dedicate some additional right-of-way because obviously the cul-de-sac bulbs have a standard requirement of a 40-foot radius, so the total width would be 80 feet once you get all the way around. At that point, I leave it if there are any questions.
Thank you. We'll now open to Councilman Schmidt, or Valdivia.
Thank you, Mayor. Ryan, what's the improvements? Who's responsible to make the improvements to this proposed cul-de-sac?
So all of the improvements are a condition that the applicant construct the improvements. So that includes the relocation of the fire hydrant, construction of the cul-de-sacs, and we would apply our typical development standards. So that would include curb, gutter, and sidewalk for ultimate build-out for this area. And then I know that there is mention of the business making improvements to their own corporate yards, including enclosing it with a wall. The city, of course, would not build anything on private property. All of the improvements are being paid for by the applicant.
Is there a projected cost? I know they haven't submitted plans for the improvements, but do you have a roundabout figure on those improvement costs that they would be shouldered with?
No, I do not. They would have 12 months to submit plans for approval and to complete the construction subsequent to the passage of a resolution ordering vacation, during which, if all of those conditions are met, the resolution ordering vacation could be recorded, making it final.
Mr. Persico, if the order of vacation was granted and this were approved tonight, what is the obligation and what enforcement tools do you have so that Brickley Environmental would then build and make this happen within 12 months?
There are two separate approvals. One is the project approval, which is handled by community development.
Sure.
And then there's the street vacation, which is handled by Public Works. I mean, they're two parts of the project, but they're handled by two different departments. So, we obviously work with Ryan and Public Works all the time, so we're aware of it. But in terms of enforceable obligations, there's nothing in the entitlement that was granted by my department that would have an enforceable obligation to construct.
So, in layman's terms, they would be obligated by the letter of the law within 12 months to make the improvements, but there is no enforcement component in our development code. Is that accurate?
Well, except to that, this is a condition of the vacation. So the street vacation, if they weren't in a position to construct the street improvements, the vacation would not occur. So they have to be able to demonstrate that they're getting plans submitted. I just looked at Trish because I didn't want to make a misstatement. Looking at this is probably several $100,000 in work. So they're going to have to show to us the plans to be able to do that, have to demonstrate to us that they've got a construction schedule to be able to meet that 12-month requirement. Otherwise, we won't actually vacate our streets. We won't vacate the easements that we hold for those public rights of way.
I guess my concern is, Mr. Persico, back to your department, the silo, you're suggesting that there's nothing really enforceable on your end, but Ms. City Manager, you're saying that with this vacation approval, there are some
I'm saying that we are making, and Ryan talked about, there are conditions of approval. So if you approve this evening, there are certain conditions they have to meet before we actually vacate the street easements that we have. So, typically, you're right, Mark, isn't in a position to be able to require them to build a wall, but one of the conditions of this happening is that they actually construct that wall, so they'll need to get the proper development permits, they'll need to come into Public Works to make sure that they have plans drawn that can achieve the bulb cul-de-sacs that you're approving here this evening. They'll have to demonstrate that to us that they have the ability to do it within that 12-month period. Otherwise, we're not going to take the next steps to vacate the easements that we have there.
So one of my concerns related to this, and this is a Me Too moment. So for those of you who don't understand, Councilman Valdivia has also a Me Too project in my district on the corner of Esperanza and J Street. I've spoken with your staff regarding the building opportunity, and as I understand it, there's no enforceable mechanism on getting that property built out with curb, gutter, streetlights. I was told by your staff that, I'm sorry, Mr. Councilman Valdivia, we can't make the property owner, after he was conditioned, after he was approved, after he went through the process, and yet my residents are suffering with no curb, no gutter, and no improvement, and
Well, let me make sure.
hold on, and an eyesore. Hold on, Andrea. And an eyesore
Okay.
that continues to this day.
So is this a condition of approval of some street vacation or some?
You'll have to research that offline with your staff.
Okay.
But my position is, what mechanisms do we have in force and in place so that so it's good throughout the entire city? Not for particular pet
I agree.
politics going on this item.
Like, again, Mr. Brickley, I think, is talking about making a huge investment before we do this. So I will look into the Esperanza and J Street. If these are conditions, if we conditioned something and we didn't make a condition that they were required to meet before something happened, what we're suggesting Okay, I'll need to look into that one, but what we're suggesting with this is we're asking you this evening to make a condition of approval that they complete this work. If they're not able to complete the work within 12 months, then we should not vacate the streets.
Where is it specified? Where is this specified language that you allude to that would assure and allay my fear on this, that it's being conformed within 12 months?
So in the resolution that you're adopting,
The final section of the resolution speaks about the condition upon which the final section of the resolution, which you would consider at the close of the public hearing, conditions that the city clerk will not be able to record the resolution ordering the vacation until the conditions have been met. If after 12 months those conditions are not met, then the vacation proceedings are self-terminating, and the vacation does not occur. The vacation does not actually occur until the resolution has been recorded with the county recorder's office. So your action tonight does not vacate this street. Your action tonight essentially says that if you can complete these improvements in the next 12 months, the street will be vacated.
Okay, my other concerns, and I can't wait to hear from the neighbors in the community. There are several here present on home and whatnot. I read your letters and concerns. So I anticipate probably strong objection to the build-out of this vacation. What is the value of the property here, and who initially owns? You suggested, Ryan, in some of your presentation, that it would revert ultimately to the owner. Well, who is the owner? Is that the city that owns this? Who owns it?
In this case, the city is not the underlying fee owner, so the lots adjacent to the streets are the underlying fee owners. Typically, that would go to the center line of the street. However, in the case of I Street and Montgomery Street, the underlying maps include the entire street. So the lot at the corner of I Street and 14th Street is anticipated to accept the full width of I Street that is vacated, comes under their ownership. And then just south of that, at I Street and Home Avenue, the adjacent property owner is the industrial development. So they would be the underlying fee owners for that portion of the street, and they would accept that.
Mayor.
Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you. Coming back to the first word, can you explain to the audience why this vacation is requested and what we will see as the final outcome if this happens?
I could speak a little bit to that, and I know that the Berkeleys are here as well as their engineer Ed Bonneman, and they can go into more detail about why they're requesting this. However, currently, these three street segments kind of intersect their facilities, making a non-contiguous site. By vacating these streets, then it would all be one contiguous site. Some of the benefits you would expect to see from that is, trucks trying to cross the street to get from one side of the yard to the other side of the yard would not be crossing a street where they would have to stop, check for traffic, for safety reasons, obviously, burning idle gas time, adding to carbon dioxide emissions. When the Planning Commission looked at this, they recommended that truck traffic be restricted to Reese Street. Already, the primary point of access for these businesses is off of Reese Street, so it doesn't change the truck circulation. Trucks for this site would only be using Home Avenue in the event that Reese Street was closed for some reason, and that, again, is no different than it would have been without the street vacation. If Reese Street is closed, they have to use Home Avenue. And then I invite the Berkeleys to talk a little bit more about their site and why they're requesting this.
Maybe we can get Ed Bondeman to the podium to just briefly talk about it.
Ed Bondeman, 234 North Arrowhead, San Bernardino. So the whole, what Ryan, by the way, thank you, staff. Ryan does a great job. This is actually sort of similar to the one we did on Genevieve, where the city's conditioned us. You basically said on that one a few months ago, I have to build a wall, and I've got to build a gate, and I've got to put in a sewer manhole. So we've actually done those plans and turned them into public works. So that vacation, similar to this one, doesn't get finished until the conditions have been met. So on this, what he doesn't show, he did a very good job on this. His exhibit is very good. But it's the zoning. The whole end of that is zoned light industrial, heavy industrial, heavy industrial. So it's heavy industrial. So these cul-de-sacs basically, heavy commercial. Pretty sure. I gotta go back and look. Anyways, by cul-de-sacing these, what it does is this whole end property, we came in and got a conditional use permit on some of it about a year ago that we're going through the conditions. It provides, like Ryan said, I don't have access with trucks across the street. I don't have people coming in and around. I've limited the traffic. Fire's good with it, with the lengths. It just makes, everybody wants to live on a cul-de-sac street. It doesn't, you don't have people driving through. It just opens it up for them. And it doesn't hurt the circulation. It just sort of works better for the whole thing.
Councilman Shred.
You say about the cul-de-sac, is there a sign at the beginning of the street that says not a through street?
There will be, certainly.
Thank you. We have a couple of public speakers. Robert Alcacera.
Good evening. Robert Alcacera, 1271 North Paris Street. I support the building of this cul-de-sacs. I do understand that some people will be losing their throughway to get to wherever they need to go to. But I also see, because I'm the third lot in from Reese, dumping of tires, furniture, appliances, all because there's no one there visually inspecting it until the morning, or till the sun breaks in the morning when the workers come in from those from the industry there. And the racing on Montgomery, where they just punk kids back there, waiting till 1, 2 o'clock at night to start their little drag racing or their little partying, whatever they do back there. Now, if you were to approve the project and those stipulations were to get that project done within 12 months, I do agree that you have to verify that the money's there to back it up. Otherwise, you can probably see cost overruns for the building, moving, and construction of the streets, gutters, sidewalks, and all that. But other than that, I do approve it. I do see a benefit of knowing who the people who come down your own neighborhood are, because those are the only people you should see in your neighborhood. You shouldn't see anybody else strolling, cruising along, meandering through your property, and that's what I feel. So I do strongly agree that you should consider these cul-de-sacs as an improvement to just the debris situation and the people transiting through and the safety of the residents.
Thank you. John Minatoli.
John Minutoli, 953 Reese Street, and we do approve it for the operation. Thank you.
Thank you. And Shane Brickley.
Shane Brickley, I'm a part owner in this project, and we see it as a net benefit to the neighborhood for many of the reasons that Robert alluded to. We own the property there. We're maintaining those streets right now. We're constantly getting dumping. A lot of undue activity in those areas, and this closing the streets down will stop that, or at least minimize it. The benefit for us is it does tie our lots together, and so it is a big expense to put these cul-de-sacs in, and we're thinking it's going to be a minimum of $150,000 to build the cul-de-sacs, the 3 cul-de-sacs, possibly $200,000. Along with the cul-de-sacs, we do plan on doing some improvements to all of our lots in that area. Right now, we're basically, vacant lots, or there's no buildings on those lots. We use them for storage, trucking. But we plan on putting block wall all around there, improve that aesthetics at the end of the cul-de-sacs. We will put up wrought iron for the fencing there. Aesthetically, it's going to be a lot nicer. If any of the neighbors come down at Reese and look at our property at Reese Street, you'll see how we keep our property there, and that will be the same tone that will carry through the rest of the project once we get approval to do this and get the cul-de-sacs completed. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for you. The area, the cul-de-sacs.
Sorry. Oh, that's right.
The cul-de-sacs, the area that is just at the end of the cul-de-sac that allows you to have that additional turning radius, is that property already owned by your?
Okay, so if we're talking the one the furthest south.
Yeah, the little balloon area
on
right
Reed
there.
Street there?
Well, all three of them.
Okay, so the one on the south of Reed Street, that the cul-de-sac, the bulb, is going to take up part of Resig's property, Resig Engineering. They own that lot, and they've agreed to give up the property that's necessary for that. The next middle cul-de-sac or bulb is all on my property. So I've agreed to give up that. The next top cul-de-sac, again, that's all on my property, so I've agreed to give up that. I'm losing property, but then again, I'm gaining property because I get that street back. So I have actually a net gain of property. That's not the main reason to do it, though. The main reason is just to put all the property contiguous, and that really helps us operationally. We are an employer. Many of our employees work in San Bernardino. We're a positive influence, I think, in the neighborhood. I believe we are, and we're certainly we support the city of San Bernardino in a lot of ways. It's as you guys talked about your vision for the city. If you want employees, productive people, this is it. That's what we're doing.
So the right-of-way has already been agreed to with the other property owners?
That's correct. All the cul-de-sacs, there's basically two property owners, Resig and us. We've all agreed to doing this. So Resig will pay part of the cost of that because he benefits as well. So he'll be paying part, doing some of the cul-de-sac, and then Brickley will be doing other cul-de-sacs.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Councilman Valdivia?
So, Mr. Brickley, what is the gain in square footage or acreage to your project? What's the gain? As far as land mass?
You know what? I don't have the exact calculation.
Ed, do you know that?
It really isn't that much, because what he's doing is he's picking up the street. It actually just makes it easier to get through. That cul-de-sac, 400, I mean, he's probably picking up, in the 20,000 square foot, really. I mean, it's not a whole heck of a lot. It just makes it cleaner. It's easier to get around. I can give you exact. But again, they're not picking it up. They already have it. They're just giving you an easement on it to use it, and now you're getting rid of that and giving it back to the underlying fee owner.
So I Street will essentially be closed off. So the north and south from 14th to 13th would be closed, is that right? Are there any residents opposing the project? Have you submitted a speaker slip? Can we hear from you? All right. Mr. Mayor, do we have speaker slips on them?
I don't have any speaker slips.
Go ahead and fill one out. Would you honor their request, Mr. Mayor? If there's no objection, I'd like to hear from residents.
Those who wish to speak, please stand and be sworn in. You have a couple of others.
You didn't get sworn in, did you? Affirm it. I do.
City Clerk? Veronica?
You're up.
Sorry, this is my first time here. I'm a resident of San Bernardino. I live on 13th Street. We already had one of the areas closed off. Born and raised in San Bernardino, Cardinal, born and raised. So brothers and sisters, all my whole family been there. Okay. I'd like to start off to express my concerns of the closure of Reese Home and I Vacation/closure. That's what we see it as. Lived in San Bernardino for many years. I am the daughter of the owner of the house. She lets me rent her house. So the pictures that I brought do show the end of 13th Street. To the left would be Montgomery. Shows that it was already closed once already, vacationed. I don't see anything on here showing that, but it is closed. But what they have in there is eyesores. They already have buildings with sea containers. They have at the end of the 13th Street, just at Reese's to my right, Montgomery would have been to my left. As a kid growing up, I was able to go around the neighborhood, ride my bikes. I see people walking the streets around Reese Street. They exercise, they walk their dogs. Yes, there's family life. You have kids that still play in the streets and whatnot. We have worse things in that neighborhood. Our streets are bad. You close up those streets and you're going to utilize us just coming in one way. I can't go down to my cousin's house anymore that just lives like on Home or lives on 14th Street. I still have a bunch of family there. You guys are inconveniencing me, I believe, for gain of having your property on a street to make it convenient for yourself. I feel that's wrong in every sense of my upbringing because of being a resident there. It's family orientated as well. You guys are going to bring industry in here, more sea containers maybe, because as we had a town hall meeting and they explained it a little more to us, and I wasn't for it back then. I'm certainly not for it now at all. I don't believe that the project is going to do any good for the residents. I really don't. I feel that it's going to do all the good and benefit their businesses. Bringing their trucks in there, yeah, it's going to make it convenient for them, but what about us? We have to go down Paris now to get to our families and stuff. We already got inconvenience once by removing the end of 13th Street. For me to be using a cul-de-sac, for people that don't know the area, and yeah, because they don't know that area and they don't live in that area, they shouldn't be in there. But for them to be flipping around and use and stuff in there, maybe slowing it down, I don't believe that's going to happen. I really don't. I really believe that people that live in that area are going to, they know that area. But like when I came back to San Bernardino and I moved back to my parents' home, The first thing I did was go down 13th Street, got to the end of 13th Street, wanted to make a left-hand turn. I could not make that left-hand turn because of the the K-rails there. They have K-rails. They don't have a cul-de-sac at the end. They don't have, it's not pretty. We're trying to make our city pretty again, San Bernardino nice again. Well, putting a business and putting their sea containers there, I don't believe that's going to make it any pretty. It's not going to do, I don't think it's going to make it very pretty. I really don't. So, the pictures that I have here, and the way they did their notices as well. None of the notices, they said they put it in the newspaper. Great. Not everybody reads the newspaper. And these notices, as you see, this is in front of Brinkley, and this is down over here at the end of 13th Street. This right here is Montgomery Street. But if you notice, I couldn't see these pictures from the street, just driving by. Now, if they really wanted our neighborhood to know that these streets want to be closed, they make it where everybody will know. We have Spanish-speaking people there that don't even know nothing about this because none of this was done in Spanish and English. It was all done in English, and my next-door neighbor, she doesn't speak a lick of English. I barely could communicate with her because I don't speak Spanish, and the little that I do speak is not enough to do a conversation with her. So, I don't believe that these were properly set up. I have another one here where it was on a tree that got blown and torn, and it's just, I really feel like this project is not going to be great for San Bernardino or for my residents. It's more of a commercial thing, I believe, not for residents. You guys are taking away our streets, closing them up, and thinking that a cul-de-sac is going to make our streets safer. I don't believe it will. I like to be able to get out of a street without having to make a U and come back up that street. I don't feel it's going to be safe. If there's a fire on Paris, I'm not going to be able to get out from Reese if they close that up. At least when they closed up 13th Street, I was able to get out utilizing Reese Street and getting out that way. They close it up and put a cul-de-sac. We have trucks. These streets are not very wide. They need to rethink these cul-de-sacs, I believe. I really do. So I don't know if I could submit this to the clerks, but I would like to. She's more than welcome to have this, but that's my take on that. And thank you for listening to me. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Scott? Could you pronounce your last name, please?
Yes, I'm Scott Navarrete. That was my wife, Veronica. And say happy birthday to her. Yeah, I'm not for this as well. The safety, I hear they mentioned, for our neighborhood and the dumping and so on. You get dumping everywhere in San Bernardino. You see it everywhere. Just coming down off of Baseline on Paris, if you're to the left side, which is the west side, there was a whole bunch of stuff dumped out over there. So it's happening not only on that one street. So as far as safety, you're leaving Paris, going to work, coming on Baseline, and there's a big rig truck trying to turn right on Paris, and I'm right there at the light, waiting, He's coming to turn right. I have to back up a long distance, and, I mean, if I don't, he stopped, his light turns red, and, it's just chaos, a little difficult. So, the streets are damaged from the big trucks driving on those streets, and there's no repairs done on them. There's a few things as a resident, it's a resident area where we're at, and then we're living with a commercial, zoning. And, there is an eyesore. I'm sure you mentioned that there is a different location that has happened to, and there's no repairs done when they did the vacation on homes. I mean, do they fix the guttering all the way down the street, or do they do any repairs, once they close that off, or do they just leave it like it is? They just, it's blocked off, they got their thing, and they move on now trying to get our area, part of our residential street area. So I'm not for this at all. My wife mentioned something about a one-way in if they did a cul-de-sac. There was a couple incidents on Paris where we had to go around that way to avoid the police activity on the corner of Paris and 13th. So that's our out. If something comes up, we won't have that out. She mentioned fire, but it's not a very safe neighborhood, so just on the corner of Baseline and Paris, there was a murder just not long ago. The guy stabbed his girlfriend and killed her, and the road was blocked off there. It was all taped off. So we need other access as well, safety, to have an out as well. So I'm not for this at all. So thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Gardner.
Hello. First of all, I just tell you thank you. I'm actually here to speak on behalf of my dad, who's just recently passed, and he was always opposed to Brickley for several reasons. First of all, I can appreciate their business and them wanting to actually, involve and employ our community. But as far as the type of business that they are, that they do, is actually demolition, hazardous waste, and there's several containers, like they said, on that yard. But like they said, it's separate yards. So by them closing all of these streets, it would make it one huge yard. And of course, their business stands to grow, like mega. So, I can appreciate that, but there's still residents that are here. And I understand they have a check and balance as far as who they're accountable to and who can come in and periodically inspect or randomly inspect. And so I understand that. But I still have a concern because, they say that they're sealed. I understand that too. But still, the hazardous stuff is supposed to be stored 500 yards from their homes. There's something that still makes a person feel leery. It really does. And they say that we'd be able, if there was an emergency, a fire, yeah, but these are stuff that has storage bins. There's a yard, and I live right next door to the yard, the area where they have just bought that property, and it's just dirt. They promised to pave that when they first purchased it. It still hasn't been delivered. There's a lot of dust. And that's just an empty yard with dirt. So that's the area where they propose to go into their property to make it a larger cul-de-sac, as far as they're saying. They say that's beautifying it, but actually it's not. How could it beautify it when all it's doing is just going to bring more trucks? And they're talking about the running gas and the ozone and the emissions. I don't see how it could benefit anybody, personally. And that's just my main concern.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Grace Johnson.
Hi, I'm Grace Johnson. Thank you for hearing me. I live at 1278 Paris Street, and I'm supporting this whole thing. A few of the issues they brought up is going around the traffic. There are no houses that are going to be affected along Montgomery and that. And so it's not going to affect residents on that street. So cutting off Montgomery is not going to cut people off there. On top of that, the cul-de-sacs. I'm retired from the County of Riverside Transportation Department, dealt with road construction issues a lot. Cul-de-sacs in Riverside County, the standard was 38 feet radius, including curb and gutter. My understanding is they're going to do a 40-foot radius, which makes it a very good, easy turn around. And I think it was to accommodate fire trucks and stuff was what I was told. So the cul-de-sacs are really good. The argument of not being able to use Montgomery anymore is, to me, invalid because no matter which way you go, whether you go on Montgomery and down the next street, or you do a turnaround on the cul-de-sac, you still have to come out to Paris Street because on the other side of that is a 215 freeway. There's no place to go but back to Paris Street, okay? Yes, trucks are using our streets. Our streets are in bad condition. My understanding is there's going to be street improvement done by the company, and I would like to see the city require them to maybe widen the intersection there at Paris, at the mouth of Paris with Baseline, so that the trucks can make that turn without backing up. The businesses are not going anywhere. They're going to be there, okay? We do have dumping problems, and we have traffic going around the neighborhood that doesn't belong there. You know, force them to turn around and come back out and go back out the way they came, instead of, you know, circling the blocks to where some people actually circle the blocks to look at the neighborhood and see where they can hit for crime. And we've had some crime in the last few weeks. My house was broken into twice within the last 2 years and stuff. So I'm fully aware of the whole thing. And, you know, the city can require this company to do improvements to solve some of the problems and issues they have. But the problems of Montgomery being taken out, so what if you can't turn left? Turn around and go back out. You got a good cul-de-sac. As far as, I heard somebody say something about, there was a question about curb and gutter. The streets down there mostly have curb and gutter. The cul-de-sacs are going to be required to have curb and gutter. We're not losing curb and gutter, we're gaining curb and gutter. We're gaining things. And so, in my estimation, this is a good plan all around. And sure, it's going to inconvenience people who want to just go over to the next block through Montgomery, but the overall neighborhood is going to be improved by the whole thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Celeste Mabra?
Good evening. That was my neighbor, Grace. I live at 1270 Paris Street. And part of the reason why I think I really want this project to go through is because of her mentioning the fact that we've had a lot of crime in our neighborhood. When I first moved into the neighborhood, we had some neighbors that were causing problems, and eventually they got out. And I just want to commend, there's an officer, his name was John Vasic, and I think he's a detective now, but he was instrumental in helping us get our neighborhood safe again, and we're really happy about that. I just want, you know, I don't want anybody to be impacted in any kind of way, but I think that if they do go ahead with the project, that it will cut down on people that are coming into our neighborhoods, you know, and expecting to, you know, do crime and then leave a certain way. This way, it sort of cuts down on their access, and they have to come out the same way that they left, pretty much. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public speakers who'd like to speak on this issue? Seeing none, we've got a council member calling for the question. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Yes, we do.
Do we have votes?
Yes, we do. On item 16, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Ms. Marquez, and the final vote is 5 yes and 1 abstention from Mr. Valdivia.
Thank you. Next is item 17, also a public hearing. This public hearing is now open. The recommendation is to adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, approving a substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2017-18 action plan. Kathy Brand.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members. The item before you is a substantial amendment to our action plan. As you know, the action plan is our budget for the next fiscal year for our CDBG, our ESG, home, and in this case, we're adding an NSP item. Back in May 15th in 2017, Council approved the action plan. At that point in time, several of these projects were not contemplated. There's a whole variety of reasons why they weren't contemplated back in May. Just to run through quickly, because I know it's getting late. Jerry Lewis Family Swim Center, we're adding a shade structure to that one, again, because we'd like to try to get it in before the warmer summer months. The Feldheim Library chiller, they realized that there was an issue with that, so they wanted to add that. We are doing 3 infill projects, and I'm happy to tell you that 3 of the homes are getting placed on these infill lots over the next 3 to 4 weeks. So I'm very excited about that. And as I mentioned to several of you before, instead of just putting an infill house on a lot and just doing the frontage improvements, we really felt like we wanted to go in and make a difference in that particular neighborhood. So on this line item, we're going through and we're doing curb, gutter, sidewalk, and full width street improvements, so we can really enhance that neighborhood. So we did get the estimate for that, and so that's why it seems so high. But we're significantly improving the streets and the enhancements in those neighborhoods. So we're really excited about that project. Arrowhead Grove demolition, again, as you know, Waterman Gardens is going full speed ahead. They've got their off-site project, they've got their on-site project. As a result, they have several vacancies on the properties, which have been vandalized. We had numerous police calls out to those properties. So we are working with the Housing Authority and utilizing CDBG to demolish several of those vacant buildings that are currently becoming a nuisance. Step Up is a homeless service coordinator that we've been really wanting to get into our city to help facilitate the Quality of Life team. As you know, our Quality of Life team does a great job in reaching out to our homeless communities, but we feel like the Step Up contract is going to help supplement those efforts. In some cases, I think it's really going to help because the homeless community may feel more trusting of Step Up as opposed to speaking to a police officer. So we're really excited about launching that contract. As a result, they have to house 20 homeless people at a minimum for this contract. And then lastly, the item that was before you at a previous meeting discussed helping subsidize the Arrowhead Grove phases 2 and 3 with the use of NSP funds for $1.5 million. We're adding this to the action plan. However, it's unlikely that they're going to actually get the funding before this fiscal year. So we may end up just rolling this over to the following action plan, but we want to make sure that it was in here. Happy to announce that they did get their application in time, which was the 16th, for their funding through the cap and trade. So we did hold a couple of meetings. We've been having ongoing meetings with our previous Community Advisory Group Committee. We meet with them on a monthly basis, so we presented all this to them. We did go to CDBG Ad Hoc Committee, presented it to them. There was an item that was previously on this that has since been removed. So trying to make this short and sweet, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
I have a question.
Thank you. Councilman Rodriguez.
Kathy, you alluded to the curb and gutter repairs and also the delivery of 2 to 3. Are these manufactured homes?
Correct.
Are the curb and gutters part of the $1.17 million curb and gutter improvements?
Correct. But not just for those single-family homes. It's for the whole block.
Okay. So do we have a list of, I've been trying to get this for 3 months. I've been trying to get a list of where exactly the street and sidewalk improvements for Project Phase 1 on the list of $1.1 million, and I've yet to receive it. can staff somehow provide that list?
Absolutely. Yes, I can tell you one is on Genevieve, and I believe...
Union and Ninth
Trace
Street.
remembers. And yes,
Is it all being applied in those particular streets?
yes.
The $1.1 million is being applied in 3 streets. Is that right?
Yes, because what we're doing is we're fixing the curb gutter sidewalk, we're repaving the streets. Also, on that one lot that's on a corner lot, there's
Right.
a storm drain issue.
No, I understand.
So, yeah,
So the $1.1 million is being applied in addition, that's just public work and infrastructure improvements, but that does not, that does not pay for the delivery of the 3 other homes, right? This is not part of it. This is a separate line item?
Correct.
That would be a separate line item.
correct.
Is that line item here somewhere, the manufactured homes?
That is...
Or was that
That was
pre-approved?
previously approved
Got it.
as part of the action plan for $650,000.
My position is, we really need to, we need to do better. Our staff, I think, my position is, what particular ward is those public work improvements? What ward is that?
I could not tell you. I'm
Is
not-
Public Works now?
I know one of them is in the First Ward, 9th and Union. Right.
What about Genevieve and Genevieve and 8th Street?
I want to say 2.
So, we need additional information so we can make comprehensive, I mean, these are the questions that I would like answered before I make a decision. I think,
We're under a time frame, aren't we?
Okay, thank you, sorry, thought I had it on. So the locations is the first and second ward, so you got that question. I just missed which other question you need before you can. You asked where it was, and those are the streets, Union and...
well, there's 3 locations, so just tomorrow or whenever, provide them offline to me, please.
3 locations.
I'd like to know a little bit more about the backup material on it. The other concern is, do we somehow infringe, and aren't we obligated by HUD and federal monies? There are some normal operating procedure or standard maintenance and operations that are obligated and should be used by general fund money. In other words, CDBG money, my understanding is that if we somehow infringe on normal maintenance obligations from the city, that we cannot use or obligate these funds and apply them for general use and general maintenance. For instance, the Feldheim Library, that would be considered, in my opinion, a maintenance obligation on behalf of the general fund to fix or repair or even reinstall and apply a new chiller.
That is probably correct. However, CDBG always is used for these kinds of funding because unexpected things come up. Sometimes there isn't the proper budget, just like our parks. I mean, we've used CDBG oftentimes in our parks. Some people could say, it's a maintenance thing, but again, we only have so much budget to do things, and that was part of the reason why CDBG was even created in the first place, because it helps supplement general fund type.
Well, I'm glad to hear that we can use this. So what I'm hearing is that we can apply these funds for normal operations and maintenance. Is that right? Is
Not
that correct?
operations and not maintenance, but capital improvement projects.
Okay. But there is no infringement of any federal law or HUD law regarding use or replacement of something that should be borne by the general fund. Is that right?
That's correct.
That's correct. Although I would add, that's correct. Sometimes there are some additional hoops that we may have to go through, some additional reporting requirements and things. So with each one, we have to look at, there may be some additional reporting that we have to do. But again, it's spelled out in the law.
Actually, and sorry, I want to further also explain that there's income target areas. So for example, a good part of our city qualifies. However, there's some parts that do not. And so that's another level threshold that we have to make sure. So for example, in some of our higher, more affluent neighborhoods, if we wanted to do park improvements, we probably could not.
Sure. No, I recognize the census demographic zones, much of which in my district for 3.5 years, the city manager, I have requested park improvement projects at Lido Creek Park. I have only two parks as part of my district utilizes. I had a conversation with you, you're nodding yes, that I am completely amazed that my concerns have been ignored for 3 years. Capital improvement projects at Lido Creek Park continue. We have unsafe playground equipment. I have requested Parks and Rec over the years to make those capital improvement requests. I've made them. I've made those requests. And yet, for 3 years now, Feldheim Library has been the benefactor of CDBG funding. I think it's time that we utilize partnerships with Library Foundation, but there are other needs in the community. And so I'm going to strongly advocate. I'll fight for my district. I'll fight for underserved community centers who don't have and are, in my estimation, being overlooked. And this somehow overlooks the less and underserved communities. And so we need a policy and protocol on requests from staff, but these should be vetted according to the new resolution. CDBG is still intact, is my understanding. The ad hoc committee?
Yes, the ad hoc committee met and reviewed these.
Right. No, going forward, we just had some action earlier this evening. So we need a process. We need to somehow inform staff of council members' decisions on some of the issues that are affecting their respective districts.
And so I would point back to this council. If it wants to add projects to your CIP, the council needs to direct us to do that. So we certainly agree that there are needs throughout this community, but that's why we bring to you documents that allow you all to weigh in and establish group priorities so that we don't have several lists or 8 lists of CIP.
Oh, absolutely. But my point remains is that council members should work with staff to supply projects and get it on the calendar and have discussion. Have discussion in ad hoc committee regarding some of the less or underserved areas in the community. I think that's a reasonable accommodation. Council members should be touring their districts, understanding the challenges in their respective districts, whether it's a park or community center. We know best, not staff. We do. We understand the wear and tear on our parks because we hear it first. And so if somehow that goes ignored or sidelined, as was my case for 3 years, I'm going to push back all day long, Andrea.
And again, I just strongly urge, we're trying to understand what the council's issues are. We've been out touring, in fact, wards with several of you. We want to get to all of you, and I think we're getting close to achieving that. The time for that discussion, though, is when we establish our capital improvement plan for the year. So I agree, we reach out, we'll talk to you about that, but ultimately, as a body, you need to develop consensus for what it is that you want us to accomplish that given year, and then it'll be on the work plan, and we'll accomplish that. So if you want to add things to that, you can, but that needs to be, we take our direction from the majority of the council. So this year, as we enter into the capital improvement process, we can certainly sit down with each one of you, ask what those priorities are, and then make sure that you all receive a list of what you and your peers have said about the priorities by ward. But then ultimately, you are the decision makers, and you will develop a capital improvement plan, and then we will work from that for the given year.
So the opportunity is that we establish a policy, that we establish CDBG guidelines and guardrails, that the staff understands the needs of community and council members. Right. And somehow it's not staff-driven, Andrea. It cannot be. This needs to be a council decision, as you have suggested. Yeah. This has to be driven by council. The needs of our communities needs to be at the front and center, not driven by staff. Great that staff makes their recommendations and they understand various conditions throughout the city. I imagine that they do. Right. They probably understand that the heater's not working and this is not working. Great. fill out the form, let's follow the policy or establish a policy in which we can somehow assess our priorities, get these on a calendar so we can understand them holistically, and then appropriate in those census demographic areas, is my plea. Thank you.
And I agree with that.
Councilman
Again,
Nichol?
that is part of the process, and so today we're working from the CIP that was adopted.
Yeah, as a member of the committee that reviewed this, I still do have some concerns specifically with the library project. I have read the law. I do have some concern as to whether or not this, in fact, qualifies. I would refer staff to 24 CFR 570.207, Section B2I, which states the following: maintenance and repair of publicly owned streets, parks, playgrounds, water and sewer facilities, neighborhood facilities, senior centers, centers for persons with a disability, parking and other public facilities and improvements are examples of ineligible operating and maintenance expenses. And I still have not received much clarity in terms of how this particular item is eligible given the prohibitions under this section of the Code of Federal Regulations. So I think I would prefer to see some clarity on that. This does seem sort of like a wobbler, but given my understanding of the definition of public services as required under the CFR section cited, I'm having a hard time making the connection and the nexus. And I do believe that these types of, I do see this as maintenance and repair. I honestly, I don't see this as a capital improvement. I see this as a piece of equipment that is worn out and needs to be replaced, and I just can't see it as anything other than that. And in that context, I was concerned that this sort of popped up and was not part of that overall CIP plan. So, I'm willing to move forward tonight, but I do have some concern about the proactiveness of us really understanding what our facility needs are. I don't want to see CDBG, Community Development Block Grants, used as community maintenance block grants. This is not for maintenance and repair. This is for development, and I will continue to emphasize that this has to be used for development, not for maintenance and repair, not for plugging a hole somewhere in our budget or our general fund or our capital improvement program, or an oops, we missed this, or we just figured we'd take care of it somewhere down the road when some CDBG money became available. I just don't think that's an appropriate use, and I will push back when there's these types of items brought forward to ensure that we don't get in trouble. We've been in trouble with HUD enough. I want to make sure we run a clean operation, and even if that means having some hard discussions at budget time, and I think we've had this conversation in the context of our strategic planning. Let's get our arms wrapped around what our costs are. I think we've been deferring maintenance for an awful long time. It's time for us just to face the reality, rip off the Band-Aid, and just, understand what that number is, and just begin dealing with it. Eat this elephant one bite at a time. But I really think CDBG, and we have a perfect example tonight with this potential U.S. Vets project. I see CDBG as the type of resource, the color of money that we need to think about allocating to ensure that we can provide quality improvements to that particular area that advance and promote and make that type of a project a real success. And so, again, we are where we are tonight, but I'm probably going to be a thorn in some folks' sides for a while until I get a good sense that, we got the big picture in mind and we're allocating resources effectively. So I'll go ahead and support this. Do you need a motion? I'll second it.
Well, if I could respond, though, there is one benefit to having been, and the fact of the matter is we have had issues with our CDBG program and our HUD programs for probably at least 10 years. It was transferred from the redevelopment agency to the city about 5 or 6 years ago with the dissolution of redevelopment, and we were at that point faced with a HUD notice that apparently the RDA had known about for 4, 5, 6 years. So we are far better today than we were. One benefit that we have, though, is we actually don't recommend anything to you, given the position that the city has been in. We actually have HUD staff that work with us, I would think, on probably an every other day basis, if not, and sometimes every day. So nothing is being recommended to you that we haven't vetted with them because of the unique situation that the city is in.
Okay. Yeah, I would just emphasize again that, big picture, there are no single projects. Right. Everything is taken in a holistic fashion now, that we got to understand how this particular color of money blends with all the other colors of money that we have available to us, and how we target that money to the priorities that we have in terms of long-range strategic objectives. But appreciate this. Thank you.
I have a question, if I can.
Councilmember Marquez.
Kathy, I have a question regarding the Veterans Housing Project through CDBG, $350,000. It has been removed because apparently there's some issues that need to be resolved first. Does this money roll over, or do we lose it?
No, it's just being reallocated through these other projects.
I just wanted to make sure for clarity.
Yeah,
That's what I thought.
Ironically, our CDBG applications, we just issued a flyer, a notice that we're accepting applications starting just this last Friday. So we did a big email blast out. And so we'll certainly forward the application to them so they could potentially apply for next year. But
Sure.
they need to get some more other funding resources in
They need to
place.
get their financial act together.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilman Valdivia.
I don't want to put ankle weights. I know we got a motion and a second. I appreciate that. For my own conscience, I'd like, if we could just remove step up for right now. I'm not saying move to continue. I just want to vote on the other items minus step up, and that would be my record if you could somehow accommodate me. If that would be okay, 2 votes here.
Are you making a substitute motion? Because I think we already have a motion.
Well, Mr. Nickel, I'd like it separated, so step up to $205,000. If you could just take that on a different vote. Oh, right.
And I'm going to stick with my motion.
Well, I'm just trying to seek some compromise here, sir. I mean, that's cool that you want to vote for it. I just don't want to vote for it.
Okay.
That's why I'm asking, Ms. Marquez, if we could kindly separate it off the calendar right now, this second, and then you can take a revote and vote to authorize it. That's all.
All right. So we have a substitute motion that's been forwarded with no second. So, your motion.
All right, so I'd like to make a substitute motion, Mr. Mayor. It's just separating the calendar here.
I know, but don't we have a motion and a second, Jelena? So
We have a
don't we need
motion.
to take action?
I can make a substitute, Andrea.
You can have a substitute motion. If it's seconded, then you vote on the substitute motion first, and then if it doesn't,
Just wanna
if it's
make
not
sure we're
successful,
not
then
gonna
you
have
vote on
an
the
issue.
original.
I do want to say that there is a representative here from Step Up.
No, that's fine. I don't need to hear it. I got it. So I'd like to make a substitute motion that we take action on CDB capital expenditure projects, CDBG capital expenditure projects deletions, and proposed NSP administration activity additions, and that there be a separate vote on step up with allocated HESG administration activity. Can I get a second? Anybody? All right.
All right, it failed. All right, thank you. It's important, I believe, also to make note that the city manager has been in the seat for less than a year, and so for the accusation to be put forward to the city manager, if that was the intent of it, is not an accurate assertion, because city manager's only been in the seat for less than a year. So to say that the city manager's ignored it for 3 years is an incorrect statement. Also, Kathy Brand has been in the seat for less than, I believe, 6 months. And so this administration has not ignored this. This council may not have approved it, and the council may not have adopted those recommendations, but it's not the city manager that has ignored it. Please cast your votes. Excuse me, thank you. Carla will apologize.
So, Mayor, for the first time in my life, I want to say I agree with you on your last statement, what you said to the city manager and what you said to Mrs. Brand. Okay? Mr. Valdivia, I'd have to disagree with you because for 5 years now, I've been up here preaching to the choir, and you've never came to the table for the CDBG. You were part of the committee, and you didn't come to. Okay? You had a representative in there. Your representative never brought up your parks. I've been telling you guys how to spend this money and how it can be spent. So I'd have to say shame on you, Mr. Valdivia. I'd have to say that Mrs. Brand has made a very, very big effort in communicating with the community. She has gone out of her way to make sure she can accommodate people, whether it be working on Saturday, whether it be finding a place to have a meeting, okay, whether it be answering a question, whether it be answering an email. And I'd have to say that all the years I've been standing up here preaching about this, the fact of what Mr. Nichols said today, the fact that he heard, it seems to me like we're getting somewhere. When I see this, you know, I didn't really agree with the chiller for the air conditioner. Okay, but at the same, because I disagreed for a different reason, because real people don't go to the library too much anymore because it's so filled with the homeless outside. Okay, so I wish I could go to the library. The library is my favorite place on earth, but it's kind of hard to go there. So I might disagree with that. But as far as everything else, and as far as the ideas, and as far as the commitment to the community, this is the best commitment to the community that I have seen, and the most research that I have seen, and the most engagement that I have seen from anybody in this job in quite some time. So I would just like to say that I appreciate it. I appreciate somebody who knows how to read. Ms. Miller, thank you. I appreciate Kathy for going above and beyond and coming out on Saturdays when she does not get paid. Okay, so I am happy that we are having this conversation, and I would have to say that we need to keep having this conversation, because if we are going to have an economic vision, we need to know where all of our money comes from. We need to know how to spend it properly, how to not step on toes, and how to not turn this city into a low-income warehouse city. I mean, we need to turn it into a heyday. I mean, Al Palazzo, you know, I never really heard anybody speak good about San Bernardino. Okay, like, my mom's been praying for the city since I was 3 years old. When I was born, somebody robbed our house with our truck. Okay, so in my lifetime, I've heard nothing but, and seen nothing but this, and I've been here 41 years. Okay, but when I took Al Palazzo's tour, I was able to feel the heart of the city by what he told me and how it used to be. And this was a fun town. This was a party town, but not where people were out getting wasted, just where they were out knowing their neighbor. And I think that if we're all paying attention to these dollars on how they're used and not wasted, that's great. But if we don't actually have a whole economic vision or a whole, you know, a plan where we're going to build, what we're going to build, and I've yet to see that. I mean, to me, I still think we're kind of piecemealing it. And I'd like to see the community brought to the table, and I'd like, you know, people's ideas like Al to come to the table, because there are these funds and there are other funds, and I'd like to see the vision realized, because, you know, this is community development, and this is money that is used for low to moderate income or those neighborhoods, and they desperately need it. I mean, we might be able to stop some of the problems. So I thank you guys all. I thank you for listening. And I thank the council for paying attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this item? If not, results
Mr.
of the
Mayor.
vote.
I'll be voting yes on this with the caveat that I am not supporting the 205 on Step Up. Thank you.
On item 17, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Nichol, and the item passes 6-0.
Thank you. Next is item number 18, also another public hearing. This public hearing is now open. Recommendation is to adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, confirming costs to abate public nuisances and imposing liens on certain real property located within the City of San Bernardino for those costs.
Move to approve. Second. If I may, I'm actually not going to give a presentation, but there is one, after the staff report was prepared, one property owner which did come in and pay their assessment. So staff is suggesting that, and we'll update this attachment before the mayor signs the resolution. It's the final property, 117 North Lassen Avenue. They paid their assessment of $2,507, and they should be removed from the list. Other than that, the other 101 properties, we are recommending that liens be imposed on those 101 parcels.
Thank you for that update. Yes, Councilman Aldini.
That's 100 block of North Lassen. I think it's in my district. I think. So good taxpayer, awesome. I think it is.
714, I'm not sure.
Oh, is it 714 North Lassen?
Yes.
Oh, that's in your district. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. You got good people too.
You all have good people in your wards.
Mr. Persico, this goes through, is it the end of the calendar year, December 31st?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And so it's about approximately every 6 months that you assess the liens and we're notified.
That is correct.
Okay,
we try to do it every quarter. We
Okay.
did a spring weed abatement because of the rains that we had. So, yes, this is 6 months worth.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, I would note it is a hearing, a public hearing, so I don't remember if you opened the hearing and...
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
I
okay.
opened it. Yes, I did.
I guess I missed that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was riveted by other things.
I opened it.
Okay.
Okay.
Just.
But for those who didn't hear me, I did open it.
It's open.
Yeah.
It's been open all night.
City
On
Clerk?
item, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
On item 18, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 6-0.
Thank you. Next is our final public hearing for the evening.
Second.
We have a motion to continue.
And this was at the request of both the city and the appellant.
Thank you. We have a motion to continue and a second.
Who seconded that motion?
Councilman
Okay.
Charette.
Voice vote, Ms. Marquez.
Yes.
Mr. Valdivia, Mr. Charette.
Yes.
Mr. Nichol.
Yes.
Ms. Richard.
Yes.
Mr. Mulvihill. The item passes 6-0. Motion was made by Mr. Valdivia and the second by Mr. Charette.
Thank you. We now have public speaking for items not on the agenda. Raynell Earl. Joyce Earl. Sum Kim.
Hello, my name is Sung Kim. This is the first time I've ever spoken in front of a city council, and I appreciate this privilege that we have in America to do this. I think we have 3 minutes, right? I have 3 minutes? Okay, I think I can do it. I have a lot of stuff I want to talk to you guys about, but basically I'm here to introduce myself and not try to say too much. because I believe that I can be a resource for all of you. So I am from Korea. I grew up in Bellingham and have slowly migrated here to Southern California, mostly because my very wealthy uncle started a company in Rialto, and he hired my dad as his first employee. And just this year, he sold the company in Riverside for an undisclosed amount of money. He's very active in the community, contributes to all the politicians, whatever party you're in, he'll contribute as long as it's beneficial to him. I've learned a lot from him. I don't work with him. He's hired a lot of my family, but I've been independent from him. So I live in Ricci Canyon, and I hope to be a resident of this town very soon. In fact, I hope to be a resident on East Street really soon, because I've made an offer and hopefully I'll get the financing to buy the property and et cetera. 1 minute, 15 seconds. I am a farmer. My family has grown up. My dad was a potato farmer in North Korea. When the communists closed the borders, he escaped to go to church at the SDA school in Seoul. When the communists came down and went to the 38th parallel and invaded Seoul, his teacher told everyone to go home, and on the way he was shot. And when he woke up, he walked himself to the SDA hospital. He met my mother, and then he had 3 kids. My mom talked him into coming to America. So we went to Bellingham, Washington, where she was a nurse, and we made our life there for 3 or 4 years. We moved 3 times around the block on Chestnut Street, right across from the hospital. We lived on every block. And we got our picture taken because we were like the first Korean family in the community. And we were semi-famous. We played violin. We did all the Korean things that we're supposed to do. So she was able to get some property for $1,000 from her friend. The property, which I now own and inherited, had 300 acres behind our 1 acre, which was being developed by a developer named David Sari in the community. He was later arrested and fined for millions of dollars of bad behavior. Dumping, taking advantage, just on and on. My neighbor and I decided that we would fight his development, and so it just happened that the property blocked his access to the 300 acres.
Mr. Kim, your time's expired. Could you wrap it up?
I'll wrap it up. When I come back,
I'd like to hear the story so you can come back another time.
I want to come back and I want to talk about your vision, this world-class city that we can have here. Now, I can offer, people call me every day, Sung, we're looking for a dispensary in your city. We're looking for space in your city. No, I'm telling you, you guys have to see...
Mr. Kim, if you could wrap up.
This is it. This is the most valuable city in the United States right now. You guys have to look at this city as a gold mine. Gold mine.
Thank you, Mr. Kim.
Thank you. I'll be back. Thank you so much.
Veronica? Sandra Ibarra.
I'm hungry and I'm sleepy. Thank you. Okay, for my public comment, I want to follow up on animal shelter adopt days. I know the council approved this a couple months ago. 12 days were approved by the council, and we have yet to see any events hosted by the city for our residents to adopt pets in the shelter. Tree trimming schedule, Second Ward was skipped. We need the city to also start going after the apartments who are not in compliance with the crime-free multi-housing program. Posadas in December were a success. We had 4. I couldn't be here at the December 20th meeting because I was I was a co-host for one of the posadas, and the host wished somebody from the city would have shown up. And I told them we had a council meeting. Just want to say that we're having a tree planting event. San Bernardino is one of 10 cities in the state of California who are going to be granted trees to plant in our neighborhoods. San Bernardino High School Neighborhood Association, which I'm president of, we signed up to do tree planting, and we are having our first meeting of the year this Saturday at my house. I have the invite on the Facebook page, and I would like to invite people to come out and give feedback. We do need volunteers for that event, so it's going to be fun, something nice for the community to revitalize our area. Also, I want to let you guys know that one of our fine arts grantee, Gary Ferrer with the Ballet Folklorico, he is a beacon of light for our city. He just came out in a very well-known Latino Telemundo. If everybody knows Telemundo, he got a segment on to talk about what his passion is and what his vision is for our community. So, being that he is part of the fine arts grantees, we would like to propose, as a fine arts commissioner, that the city put aside between $200,000 to $400,000 for the fine arts, so that we can keep promoting the arts in our community, attract businesses, because with this interviews that this young man is having right now, it's putting San Bernardino up on the map for something good happening in our community. We also need to be more business-friendly all across our city, allow people who live here to have a say. Valdivia, thank you mentioned about, involving the community. But then again, our council disbanded the Community Development Citizen Advisory Committee, and I do want to commend Kathy for reaching out to us. That is above and beyond what anybody else who works for the city has done for us in the community. That is all I want to say, and then next, am I over? Sorry. So I'll be back another day. Have a good night.
John Moreau?
Mr. Mayor, while Carmel is coming to the microphone, I was remiss. I wanted to thank Sandra. She's and several other neighborhoods have agreed. We did get a grant to plant trees in various areas of our community. We've asked the neighborhood groups to assist us, and I think there were 3. I don't know how many groups, but hers was certainly one of them. But there were several groups that agreed to do that, and so we're excited about. I mean, that's the only way we're going to be able to get those trees out there and have someone kind of take care of them and make sure that they flourish. So, thank you to the groups for doing that. And we're going to continue. We have thousands of vacant spots for trees in this community, and so we're trying to get more tree grants to fill in those spaces.
Thank you.
I was at a town hall meeting last night with Councilman Barrios, and it was regarding marijuana in the city. And he informed us, the public, that there would be a marijuana meeting between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. on Monday here in this room. And I was a little concerned and confused because it wasn't put on today's agenda that was going to happen. So, one, I just wanted to make sure it really was happening so I could make sure to attend. And then 2, I was just wondering, was it not meant for the public to come, or when was it going to be, broadcast to the public? Because there's a lot of residents here who have concerns and who want answers. And then there's a lot of business people who aren't from here who are trying to come in here. And then there's a lot of people who have been here, I'm going to tell you, some of the boys I went to high school with that used to sell marijuana at high school, they own marijuana dispensaries. They've been here for 40-something years, so I just want to make sure that everybody is brought to the table and not just out-of-towners. And so there is a meeting, is that correct?
I actually have it on my list to talk about, but yes, there is a meeting Monday, the 22nd at 9 a.m. in this room, and the agenda will be posted tomorrow morning first thing.
It will be posted online?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Olson?
Well, welcome to 2018. And politics have already started. The political campaigns and all that are already in high gear. Thankfully for myself, at this point in time, I'm not actually involved in any campaign as a direct working on it with anything in this city. I've decided to go to a little bit higher up and work at the federal level with what I'm doing. Pretty much this year, we have to start with a history lesson as far as where my feelings are at. 2013 was a very pivotal year in this city. I say this because that was the last election we had of the city government, the mayor, so on and so forth, and others. I remember quite clearly we were all told we needed a clean sweep. When the dust settled in the campaign, it wasn't a clean sweep, it was a political coup. We've been living under this political coup for the last 4 years. What I've seen, and I've been watching for the last year, just because I'm not speaking, because I get tired of talking and not being listened to by several people in the city. What I get tired of is you promised a clean sweep. What you got was I've already said that. And you said, when I look at all of this, what I see here is all too often a tendency. It's not a clean sweep. The lumps are getting a lot bigger underneath the carpeting is what's happening with some of you. Now, realize I work on political campaigns. I've been doing it for years. I've worked on dozens, everything from the small ones, the water board, all the way up to congressional, and even I worked with people on senatorial campaigns for the United States. Was given an opportunity to join 2 different presidential campaigns, declined both because of my commitments to this city and locally. Let this be known when I say something, and it could be about the city manager. The city manager's office has been going on for years. Andrea Miller is the current person in it. Okay, however, when you think city manager, you have to look back to the last 2 city managers, and they weren't all that inspiring. Unfortunately, she walks into an office with a history of frustration for many of us politically. But she's a city employee. Her job lasts only as long as there are 4 people on this council who do not want to get rid of her, and I realize that. So it's not a personal thing with any city worker here, because all of you realize there are the politics of this city. Okay? And it comes down to the elected officials. And I'm looking for change in the city, because this city desperately needs change. Not another coup. And I'm very disappointed with certain elected officials here, and I'm very happy with certain others. So we'll see how the year progresses. I've made my feelings known, and I will act on them. Thank you.
Thank you. Now move to council announcements. Councilmember Marquez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I do have a couple. On Saturday, January 27th, Aquinas High School will hold its annual fundraiser Derby and Dice Casino Night from 7 p.m. to midnight at the National Orange Show Sports Center located at 930 South Arrowhead, Gate 10. For additional information, you can call Brandy Williford, 909-886-4659. And this announcement is worthy of repeating. Live life as a model for others is the motto for the Rosa Parks statue unveiling. This great event is being hosted by the California Department of Transportation, or as we know it, Caltrans, District 8, and is scheduled for February 2nd, Friday, 10:30 a.m., 464 West 4th Street. For additional information, you can contact Antonio Heb at 909-806-3210. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Valdivia.
On Thursday, January 25th, I invite First Ward residents, the Lido Creek Neighborhood Association meeting being conducted by Theodore Sanchez. His phone number is 909-831-7839. He'll be conducting the Lido Creek Neighborhood Association meeting at the Lido Creek Mobile Estates Community Room, 1177 West Congress Street. We ask that residents please park on the public frontage there on Congress Street. Your community concerns, graffiti reports, and some of the neglected areas of that First Ward and Third Ward kind of boundary line. We're asking our residents to please come be a part of that. That is a very critical, important time for our community to gather and voice their concerns. That's Thursday, January 25th, 6 p.m., once again at 1177 West Congress Street. Contact person is Theodore Sanchez. Also, on Saturday, January 27th, from 8 to 11 o'clock, Community Dump Day. That's a great opportunity for our residents to dump old mattresses, couches, sofas, and some of the other articles that you have maybe laying in your back yard or in the garage. Community Dump Day is at Paris Hill Park, 831 East Highland Avenue at the Paris Hill Park parking lot. Please bring a form of identification, a water bill, driver's license to prove residency for your dump-off. That's Saturday, January 27th, 2008. And then, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to, if we may, sir, close in memory of Mabel R. Bittinger. This was Mrs. Judy Penman's mother, who I unfortunately couldn't make it today for the funeral services of Mrs. Bittinger. The funeral service was at Lutheran Church of Our Savior at 5050 North Sierra Way, and I'd like to close. Mrs. Bittinger was an awesome lady and just a fabulous lady. Every time I had an opportunity to visit with her publicly, she was just always sweet and caring. And I certainly send my condolences to the Penman family, and especially Judy Penman, for the loss of her mother. Thank you.
Councilman Schrepp?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, John, for that reminder. I, too, want to send my condolences to the Penman family, again, specifically Judy, who I've known and been friends with for many, many years. I didn't know her mother. I, too, was unable to attend the funeral today, but I know a lot of people probably did. Again, my condolences to the Penman family, specifically Judy, on the loss of her mother. The other couple of announcements I have is tomorrow evening, Thursday, January 18th at 7 p.m., Wildwood Park Neighborhood Association meeting. Again, Lutheran Church of Our Savior, 5050 North Sierra Way. That's 49th and Leroy, way up at the north end of Sierra Way. The contact there is Tony Marzullo at 909-883-1315. It's always a great turnout, so for those people kind of in the north end and in that general area of the Wildwood Park area, at 7 o'clock tomorrow evening at the Lutheran Church. And then Tuesday, January 23rd at 9:30 a.m. Is the 40th Street Business Watch at the American Legion, Post 777, 194 East 40th Street. Officer Clinton Walton is the contact information at 909-388-4925. Again, that's a group that's trying to springboard off of the downtown group and trying to build some interest in the business community up in the 40th Street. Actually, we're trying to cover the Highland and 40th Street business corridor. So that's Tuesday, January 23rd, 9:30 a.m. at 194 East 40th Street. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Nickel?
Just a couple of quick announcements. Tomorrow I will be in Sacramento attending the League of Cities Transportation Public Works Committee. I've been appointed to that committee, so I look forward to reporting back. There will be 3 committees meetings this year, and so based on feedback tomorrow, I'll be reporting back, and certainly any items, concerns of interest that need to be communicated to the League, I'll be happy to convey those on a going forward basis. So looking forward to tomorrow's discussion. Also, Saturday, January 20th, the Blair Park Neighborhood Association meeting will take place at 3088 Serrano Road at 10 a.m. Again, 10 a.m. Saturday, this Saturday, January 20th. Blair Park Neighborhood Association meeting contact Joyce Seeger at 909-882-1372 for more information. That concludes my announcements. Thank you, Mayor.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Richard?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one announcement, and that announcement is the funeral services for the civil rights activist Frances Grice of Redlands. Her funeral services will be on Friday, January the 19th at 10 o'clock a.m. at Loveland Church, 17977 Merrill Avenue in Fontana, and that's on Friday, this coming Friday. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you repeat the time?
10 o'clock a.m.
Thank you. Councilmember Mulvihill?
Both of my announcements have already been announced. Thank you.
City Attorney, do you have anything? City Clerk?
I have none, thank you.
City Manager?
I apologize, I do have just a couple, but I promise I'll be fast. Cannabis meeting, regulations meeting, January 22nd, as I mentioned a few minutes ago. We will post the agenda. The item that Councilmember Valdivia mentioned at the last meeting regarding Southern California Edison, I looked into that issue. In early November, Councilmember Valdivia had advised me of concerns, and really what his concern is there's a series of rate increases that have been approved by Edison, but there's a series that they have not yet approved, and they are still we're still waiting for an administrative law judge to make a decision. Those public participation meetings had already been held, though by the time this was brought to my attention, they were in May. They did host some evidentiary hearings in July and August, so it's really unclear. I contacted the Public Utilities Commission. They said your time for public comment was really during the May public participation meetings. But with that said, if we send a letter, they're just not sure what weight the letter would be given. So if you would like me to express our concern with the rate increases, there was a rate adjustment that was already approved actually that was also approved in November that affected rates in 2000. It was applied for in 2016, but it adopted the rates as of January 1st of this year. But there is another rate increase pending. Again, they've conducted all the public participation meetings, so it's really unclear. But again, I can send a letter, but I wanted council authority to do that.
I also received a concern that those hearings have not been taking place in this region.
Right.
And that there's really a need as well to emphasize that we need to be represented in terms of those meetings and make sure our residents and constituents are heard.
Andrea, I have written a letter. It's on city letterhead. I'll be sending it to the PUC commissioner. My opinion, my signatures on it. But I can forward that to you. I'll send you a copy of it if you'd like to also say it. It reflects essentially the same issues, is that San Bernardino County has been neglected. Yeah, they had a hearing back in May, but it was quite a distance away.
They were really not in this area. None of them.
So do we have consensus to?
There's no objection.
So, send a letter expressing concerns with the rates and also requesting that they conduct more hearings and in this region. Okay. And then Mayor Pro Tem position, I apologize, that will be on the next agenda, so you can begin to prepare for that. So those were my only announcements.
All right, thank you. And we will close this meeting in memory of Mabel Bettinger, mother of Judy Penman, the Chamber of Commerce president. And this meeting is adjourned until Monday, January 22nd, 9 o'clock. In these chambers. So good night.